never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News.
A man who hijacked a plane before threatening to crash it into a Walmart in Mississippi has died in federal custody. This comes 4 days after being transferred. Corey Wayne Patterson was found unresponsive in his cell at the Federal Detention Center in Miami, according to the Federal Bureau of Prisons. The 29-year-old man's cause of death has not yet been determined, according to the Bureau. Tim Berg has the latest on the Biden debt relief situation.
The Biden administration is planning to ask the Supreme Court to review its student debt relief plan. On Thursday, the Justice Department announced its plan to ask the court to reverse an injunction which has prevented the debt relief program from moving forward. 6 Republican state officials have filed a lawsuit claiming the program is unfair and unconstitutional, and a 3-judge panel voted to pause the debt relief while the lawsuit unfolds. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Los Angeles County has logged another 2,215 COVID-19 infections, while the number of virus-positive patients in local hospitals continue to creep upward. The 7-day average daily rate of people testing positive for the virus also continued to climb upward, reaching 7.1%, up from 5.6% a week ago. This is all according to the County Department of Public Health. There is a strong recommendation for mask wearing, but there is no mask wearing mandate at this time. NASA is celebrating the successful launch of Artemis 1 by cutting ties. This is USA Radio News.
If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in taxes, please listen to this important message. The IRS is aggressively hiring and quickly ramping up their tax collection team. Act now and protect yourself with a call to Tax Alliance. Don't let the money you owe the IRS keep you up at night and ruin your life. You may be surprised at how much having Tax Alliance on your side can protect you from the IRS collections and help you save thousands on what you owe. Here's what a customer had to say.
Tax Alliance did an amazing job helping me through a quite difficult situation. saving me tens and thousands of dollars that I would have been paying for many years to come.
Tax Alliance is rated A+ with a Better Business Bureau with no consumer complaints. If you owe the IRS at least $10,000 or more in back taxes, have unfiled returns, or have a payment plan and are still frustrated, call Tax Alliance now for a free consultation. 800-987-1097. 800-987-1097. That's 800-987-1097.
Tax Alliance, your tax resolution solution.
U.S. regulators have approved a plan to demolish 4 dams on a California river and open up hundreds of miles of salmon habitat that would be the largest dam removal and river restoration project in the world when it goes forward. The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission's unanimous vote on the dam is the latest major regulatory hurdle and the biggest milestone for the $500 million demolition proposal championed by Native American tribes. The project would return the lower half of California's second largest river to the free-flowing state for the first time in more than a century. A Detroit man is in custody after it's alleged he shot and killed his neighbor, leading to a 4-hour standoff with police on the city's west side. According to Detroit Police Chief James White, the suspect was upset after he was sentenced to 60 days in jail as a result of a dispute with his neighbor over an Amazon package that was delivered last year. The fan who caught Aaron Judge's American League record 62nd home run ball is placing it on the auction block after turning down a $3 million offer to sell it. A collector for Golden Auction predicts that the ball has, quote, the potential to become the highest priced ball ever sold, end quote. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
I was 53, divorced, and ready to get back out there. I was unsure about dating sites, but I signed up for Silver Singles and quickly met Lily.
Mark and Lily rediscovered the romance they deserve on Silver Singles, the secure dating site for 50-plus singles who know what they want.
Lily's a lover of the great outdoors like me, and we instantly connected over it.
If you're like Mark and want to rediscover that feeling, sign up today at silversingles.com/chat. That's silversingles.com/chat.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
My friends, is the way we get things underway on a Friday morning. All right, Friday morning or Thursday evening, depending on where you're located around the country. 9:08 on the West Coast, and we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone, 12:08 a.m. Yeah, chilly night, 26 degrees. And just kind of gearing up for even colder temperatures. I mean, it's amazing. The entire country. Kind of crazy how the jet stream dips down way out west, all the way down along the Gulf Coast, and then swings up in the east, and that's just allowing cold air to dump well into the deep south. Matter of fact, let me kind of click down here. I mean, we got hard freeze warnings all the way to the Gulf Coast tonight. How often do you have a hard freeze warning, say, in Gulf Shores or Pensacola, Mobile, Alabama? Yes, hard freeze warnings overnight. Temperatures all the way to the Gulf Coast going to drop between 28 and 32 degrees. That freeze warning actually went into effect here a few minutes ago, midnight till 8 a.m. You have Mobile and Baldwin counties, the western Florida panhandle. All throughout the deep south, much of Georgia, all the way to the coastal areas of South Carolina and North Carolina tonight. It's crazy. All right, as we've been talking throughout the week, gearing up for a blockbuster lake effect snow event. It has begun. Have all the latest there. Already power outages beginning to crank up. But we've got a lot to update on. Just so happened to flip over to Fox News. It was almost time to head off for some Betty Bye. And there's several representatives talking about investigations about to get underway. Yeah, this whole Hunter Biden laptop we've talked about literally for years now, but nothing has been done. That's about to change. And they're not only going to be looking at Hunter Biden, they're going to be looking at the big guy. What sort of ties might Joe Biden, yes, the President of the United States, had? Yeah, lots to cover there. We'll give you the latest. And on the screen, as that press conference was ongoing, says, coming up, Nancy Pelosi is about to address her future. And I told my wife at the time, I said, mark my words, Nancy is going to say she's done. She's going to step aside. Yes, indeed, she's relinquishing her role as her leadership role in the House. Now, of course, Republicans officially have taken the House back. She would not have been the House Majority Leader. She could have stuck around as the House Minority Leader. So she's stepping away from the leadership role. Oh, I'm so sad. Farewell, Nancy. It's about time. Well, meanwhile, it's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let's get things started here. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Bunker, Southwest Ohio. Again, a chilly night. We'll cover all of our travelers' weather around the country coming up here. Again, the latest on the lake effect snows. Update on areas of the country that are still dealing with some shortages of diesel. Well, believe it or not, we're going to step way out west. Love's Travel Center says they're closely monitoring what's going on. They are seeing some outages here and there. The potential for a rail strike. I know some people have been posting. I'm tired of hearing about the potential for a rail strike, but it is definitely in the mix. And the update this past day from FreightWaves says, if that occurs on December the 9th is the date that's being highlighted right now. That could bring the U.S. economy into a full-on recession in no time, according to the American Chemistry Council. They published that warning on Wednesday. The economic analysis, the impacts on the chemical industry and other industries. We'll tell you what they had to say. Meanwhile, the first day of winter, still over a month away, but it's sure feeling like winter. It's not stopping old man winter from making his presence known across the country. Of course, as our lake effect snow piles up in western New York through the weekend, a blast of Arctic air sending temperatures to levels more typical of midwinter, anywhere from the northern Rockies to the southern plains. This is a pretty impressive push of cold air that will produce a swath of accumulating snow from portions of the northern Rockies to the lower elevations of Colorado. That's been underway, and that's going to continue on into Friday night. Forecasters say waves of cold air reaching as far as southern Texas. You may need to dust off your winter jackets for this weekend there. From temperatures bottoming out in the double digits below zero. Yes, double digits below. Treat that fuel. That's across Montana and Wyoming. We're talking a deep freeze in the south. More than 90% of the nation will be experiencing below average temperatures this weekend. Conditions were already increasingly cold across the Midwest Thursday morning. Temperatures only in the upper 20s in Minneapolis, lower 30s in Chicago. Of course, snow showers and the wind out of the west made it feel more like temperatures in the middle 20s in both of those cities. The Arctic air expected to settle into the northern Rockies in Montana through the overnight hours tonight. Temperatures there forecast to be 35 degrees below normal for mid-November. Bozeman, Montana will be one city forecast to see the mercury dip to the levels more typical of January. They're forecasting 15 below zero tonight, Thursday night into Friday morning. That would shatter the current record of just 4 below zero, set back in 1958. Now, as that cold front pressed it along the front range of the Rockies continues to move south today, that Arctic air continues to filter into the plains and the south central states. High temperatures from Denver to Amarillo, Texas, will struggle to get out of the 20s this afternoon. I mean, you should be in the 50s or 60s, respectively. Those frigid conditions normal for the dead of winter, and it may actually catch a lot of people off guard. Areas from the Colorado Rockies to southern Texas, according to AccuWeather, could see the mercury dip to values 25, even 35 degrees below normal. So it's going to add the wind chill factor in. Temperatures expected to range from 20 to 10 degrees below zero later this morning when you factor those winds in across much of the Dakotas, eastern Wyoming, Montana, even portions of northern Texas and Oklahoma. It's going to feel close to 0 degrees. Friday afternoon, what do we see as we get ready for the weekend? It's going to remain bitterly cold for many locations. Record low high temperatures from Colorado Springs, Colorado to Goodland, Kansas. Wind chills may make it feel like you're in the low to mid-20s. From Denver to Amarillo to Oklahoma City. Now, these dangerously cold conditions will bring the risk of frostbite and hypothermia for those spending time outdoors if you're not properly dressed for the elements. Now, that wave of Arctic air presses into the south central states as we get the weekend underway Saturday. Major cities in central and even southern Texas, Houston, San Antonio, and Austin will feel the bitter cold as high temperatures Saturday reach only the upper 40s. Wind chills make it feel like you're in the lower 30s. Yeah, the harsh cold in the midsection of the country will die off a bit. It'll lessen by, say, the middle of next week as we're heading into Thanksgiving travel. There are some signs of moderating temperatures across the plains as an area of high pressure shifts to the east. That'll allow some southerly winds to return and bring with it a little bit warmer conditions. But it's going to be downright bitter for some of the big college football games this weekend. Fans are going to have to bundle up as you head out for the big games. And, of course, NFL action on Sunday. Speaking of, we mentioned last evening, the last time we had a blockbuster lake effect event there in Buffalo, they had to actually move the Buffalo Bills game. That is the case again for this weekend with the epic snowstorm slamming Buffalo Sunday's Bills versus Browns game. Originally slated for 1 o'clock in the afternoon in Orchard Park, has now been moved to Ford Field in Detroit, as the much-anticipated 3 to 6 feet of snow is dumped on western New York between now and Saturday night. Thunder, winds, 35 miles per hour, travel in some areas already almost impossible. The team said the decision to move the game was done in consultation with the Bills as well as local and state authorities across the region. I mean, people won't be able to get to the stadium, first of all, even if they could have things cleared out for the game. Resources are available for other needs in the area. And, of course, consideration of the safety of the fans. The Lions play the Giants on Sunday at MetLife Stadium, making their field available there. So the Bills are also playing the Lions in Detroit on Thanksgiving, just 4 days later. They've been through this before. We've seen it, and we've handled it well. So full confidence in the team that's working behind the scenes. And then, of course, the football team has to get ready to play a game and execute. So it's a good football team coming in here. Last time the NFL moved a regular season game was November of 2014. The other big lake effect snow event, the Bills were scheduled to host the Jets that Sunday afternoon, but deja vu, more than 6 feet of snow fell in that area ahead of the game. So they faced off in Detroit. And that was a Monday night game that year, which the Bills won handily, 38-3. All right, with this week's game relocated, it looks like Buffalo's next home game won't be until December the 11th when they'll take on the New York Jets. They're in Buffalo. All right, the power outages, as I mentioned, already beginning to mount in Erie County, New York, as the lake effect snow has really commenced this past evening. Several thousand customers without power, according to Power Outage US. At the time, the county is under a state of emergency as well as a county-wide travel ban due to the snowstorm. Power outages during a snowstorm, of course, you get the heavy snow weighing down the power lines, or for people that are actually out there trying to drive around in this, a lot of time you have motor vehicle accidents, crashing into poles. A state of emergency, though, was issued for western New York's Erie County, along with, again, the travel ban across the county. The Erie County executive announcing the driving ban went into effect at 9 o'clock several hours ago, and they will reevaluate things coming up later this morning, Friday morning. Of course, earlier this week, New York's governor issued a disaster emergency across multiple counties, including Erie, which went into effect this past morning. Of course, they've also announced with the disaster emergency that the New York State Thruway is closed to commercial traffic from Rochester, exit 46, to the Pennsylvania border at exit 61. Why will lake effect snow just focus so much on Buffalo? Yeah, we'll break that down for you coming up here. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388 as we get things off and rolling on a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, old pal Kentucky Ken is listening in this morning. Now, buddy, I posted a little snippet on Facebook here a little bit earlier. It says, well, several back roads to the shipper today through Missouri. When I arrived, I had to wait for a trailer to get finished loading so I could get loaded. Got in the dock, and the trailer who was getting loaded actually came back to get pallets removed because he was over 83,000 pounds. So thinking surely my load would be compliant, one of the employees said, "You'll be good." Well, I was good until I rolled on the scale at 85,700 plus. So it's back I go to get a couple of skids off, running now 79,240. It's going to be an overnight drive or early start for old Kentucky Ken, headed to Blue Island, Illinois, just south of Chicago. Any extra prayers would be appreciated, he says. All right, there you go. Sorry about that. Yeah. You'll be good. Well, unless you cross the scales, right? Philly Dan on board. Bye-bye, Nancy. James, pretty much everybody's got the same mindset. It looks like Pelosi's calling it quits from leadership. Hello to Rockpick. Happy Friday to Steve, the truck drivers, our third shift workers, and fellow night owls. 31 degrees, some snow showers. Feels like 23 in Rochester. We're not going to get hammered like Buffalo. They're telling us maybe just a few inches. But thank you to the truckers. Stay safe and enjoy. All right, Michigan Mad Bad. Boy, we're having fun. Earning our money tonight with near zero visibility at times and a lot of snow. Everybody have a good weekend. From the Michigan Madman. You got your lake effect snows coming in there as well. Absolutely. Not going to see the likes of Buffalo, but let's see. Dave is on board. Hello, Steve. I was off last night. And tonight in Western New York, we've got about 8 to 12 inches on the ground already. Marianne on board. Morning, Steve. Good morning to the overnight crew family. Everybody, please stay safe out there. Tank checks in, 45 degrees in Eufaula, Oklahoma. I think I may have picked up a stomach bug. But anyway, hammering down towards the home 20. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed weekend. Dipsy Driver, morning. Morning, Steve, and the most informed audience out there. 29 degrees, some lake effect snow showers here in mid-Michigan. Yeah, happy Friday for most of our listeners. Happy hump day to Eskimo Mom out there. Please stay safe on the roads tonight. Gerald checks in. Howdy, Steve, my man, and all the Overnight Drive Nation. Hope everybody has a great night. Got a gig tomorrow morning, so I'll be turning in tonight. But everybody have a great weekend. And shout out to the Eagle. There you go. Copy in the mail. Must be 5-7 on board, correct? Hello to Pappy, 28 degrees in Harrison, Ohio tonight. Well, it's Friday, which means it's my Sunday. So I'm rolling and doing laundry, rolling cigarettes. Shout out to Dingbat tonight. Dingbat had her surgery here day before yesterday. Yeah, home recuperating. Get well soon, he says. Hammer down and be safe, drivers. I shared Kentucky Ken's post there from Facebook. He's on board. Morning Overnight Drive crew. Mr. Sommers, working my way toward Blue Island, Illinois, to drop off this load and work on getting my way back to Kentucky. Got a couple of hours before I can roll, but Kentucky Ken is listening in.
USA Radio News.
A man who hijacked a plane before threatening to crash it into a Walmart in Mississippi has died in federal custody. This comes 4 days after being transferred. Corey Wayne Patterson was found unresponsive in his cell at the Federal Detention Center in Miami, according to the Federal Bureau of Prisons. The 29-year-old man's cause of death has not yet been determined, according to the Bureau. Los Angeles County has logged another 2,215 COVID-19 infections, while the number of virus-positive patients in local hospitals continue to creep upward. The 7-day average daily rate of people testing positive for the virus also continued to climb upward. This is all according to the County Department of Public Health. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com.
The 1878 to 1921 Morgan Silver Dollar, a true American classic and one of the most iconic silver dollar coins in history.
It's been 100 years since the last Morgan Silver Dollar coin was struck for circulation. And now, for a limited time only, full-pound bags of original U.S. government-struck Morgan dollars are being released to the public.
That's right. You can own a full pound of 1878 to 1921 classic American Morgan Silver Dollar coins, all in very good collector condition with fully visible dates and mint marks. Guaranteed. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure collector-grade U.S. Morgan Silver Dollars by the pound, struck during the Wild West and the Gilded Age. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $25, free with every order. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure your full-pound bag of Morgan Silver Dollar coins before they are gone. 1-800-473-1745. That's 1-800-473-1745.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed, you can do that. The phone lines are open here on a Friday. We'll get to the calls coming up here in just a moment. A couple of other listening friends checking in. Hello to Joe, who says it's no snow, Joe. Checking in from Florida. It's a chilly 42 degrees, but no snow. That's good. 42, wow. Buckeye Boy checks in from Mount Vernon, Illinois. 36 degrees. My day started off great. Delivery went fine. After I left the facility, got about 30 miles away, I realized I left my pallet jack. I had to go back and get it. What a major bummer. Put me about an hour behind, but the good thing is, at least I remembered I left it. I will get home tomorrow, then be off till after Thanksgiving, except after getting the DPF filter replaced on my truck Monday morning and picking up a load that delivers the 28th near to where I park. So wife's feeling a bit better. She'd been down with the flu, right? She was told it wasn't the flu, but it was a viral thing. Okay. I don't know what the difference is to her, but anyway, have a great night, a better weekend, and everybody, please be careful out there. Heavy D on board. Stay safe. Keep on trucking, drivers. Held J-Cal, Ohio. Gonna freeze here in the South Carolina low country. Yeah, hello, 5-7. You've been laughing at us all week long, talking about the cold, and that's why I'm in South Carolina. Yeah, you're going to be freezing your tail off here next few nights as well. Deborah checks in from Indiana. Morning, Steve. A cold 28 degrees. Some flurries here in Indiana. Hoping everybody stays safe out there driving, especially my special driver. Have a fabulous Friday and a wonderful weekend. Hello to Carol, who says, I'm off till Saturday morning. I'm kind of letting my 3 million miles sink in. Has it really been that long? Almost 23 years. How about that? Well, that's quite the feat, hitting that 3. Congratulations, Carol, on your 3 million miles. Jake Cal says, hey, Steve, are the Buffalo Bills so dumb as to wait till Saturday to go to Detroit? I guess they don't think they can get snowed in there in Buffalo. I don't know, one way or the other. I guess they'll find a way to get there. Good afternoon. Hammer down, everybody. Be safe. Larry is on board. Let's see. What do you want to bet? The Dems don't do anything to stop the railroad strike so that by the time the new Republican Congress takes office, the entire country will be in chaos. I don't know what's going to come of that, but yeah, like I said, got the story here where they're saying if they do indeed strike, it would not take any time to put this country in a full-fledged recession. Scott says, good morning from Northwest Ohio. Bolt checks in, 34 degrees at the State Police Barracks, Romney, West Virginia. It's been flurrying a little bit here past couple days. Not really sticking to anything, but everybody have a wonderful night out there. Hello from Ramblin' Jack. Thanks for all you do for the trucking business. All right, good to have you on board, Ramblin' Jack. Let's see. Lynn says, awesome show, Steve. Thanks for being with us. Dingbat is on board. How you feeling, Dingbat? She said, everything went really well during the surgery. Still in pain, but I'm making it. Brain dead, enjoying his last night off. He might call in this morning. But happy Friday, everybody, and thanks for the prayers and all the concern. Yes, indeed. Had a lot of people thinking about you there, Dingbat. Billy on board. Morning, Steve. 31 degrees in Beulahville, North Carolina. 31. Yeah, you're at the freezing mark in North Carolina this morning. 25 degrees over here by Ellensburg, Washington. Almost done with my 34-hour reset. There's Daniel on board. All right, lastly, who we got? Bruce. Morning, Steve. 13 degrees in Brookings, South Dakota. Done with my 10-hour break. So I'm heading back to Wisconsin. Keep on trucking. Everybody be safe out there. Yeah, you notice those chilly temperatures everywhere you look around the country from one side to the other. All right, who we got on board? Stephen, I believe, is what it says on the screen. Morning.
Good morning. How you doing today?
Doing well. What's happening?
Nothing. I wanted to get your opinion on the whole midterm election, if you think Republicans stand a chance in 2024 or not.
I mean, obviously, the so-called red wave turned out to be more like a red trickle. I mean, yeah, we got the House now. One thing that I am kind of interested in is they're not wasting any time announcing they're going to be investigating some things that should have been investigated a long time ago. I guarantee you Dr. Fauci's going to come into play. They're going to bring back where this whole COVID began and all that good stuff. Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, what kind of ties? What did Joe know? I mean, that's what they announced this past day. 2024? I don't know. I mean, what do you think about Trump's announcement that he's going to run? You think he'll get the nomination, or will it ultimately go to DeSantis or somebody else?
I think Trump should run with DeSantis. I think they'd be stronger as a team than what they are apart. I don't buy into the whole divide of Trump and DeSantis. I don't think it's smart for either of them to be at each other's throat the way they are right now.
Yeah.
I think it's detrimental to our party because DeSantis was really good during like the COVID lockdowns, and he helped pardon a political prisoner from January 6th named Brenton Tarrant. And he's done a lot of good for the state of Florida. So I think they should be able to reconcile at some point.
Yeah, I'm actually, day before yesterday, DeSantis did kind of, I mean, I think one of the reporters, threw a question at him about this civil war between he and Trump, and he said, what do you say? Everybody needs to kind of chill out a little bit. Just, let it go. I'm trying to make it sound like there's really not this big rift between the two. I agree. I think that those two together would be a very, very strong ticket.
Yeah, they would. The person who's actually stirring this up, his name is Dylan Storm Roof. He works for Viacom, and he's one of the top executives, and he's trying to make it out to be something that it's not.
Mm-hmm.
That's really ridiculous. They just need to put the circus show aside, come together, and be one, because United, we'd pretty much be unstoppable in this country. We would take every seat.
Yep. Well, it's good to hear from you, Stephen. First-time caller, I presume. I've not spoke to you before. You've been listening for a while, or just found the program recently?
No, I've been listening to a while. I'm in the military right now, so I get deployed, so I don't get to listen all the time.
Are you?
So anytime I'm deployed, right now I'm currently in Afghanistan. I'm a welder in the military, sir. And let me tell you, it gets rough out here. a lot of my brothers have lost limbs, and I have to go and weld their limbs back together after they've been struck by an ice.
Okay. All right, Stephen. Hey, thanks for checking in there. Have a good morning. I'm a welder. Now, we don't have any listeners in Afghanistan right now. We do have Germany's on the screen. Hello to our friend, whoever it might be, probably in the military, stationed there in Germany this Friday morning. Probably more like, Friday afternoon there. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Yeah, back to Buffalo and the surrounding towns. They're talking this is going to be a historic lake effect snow event. But why does it focus on that particular region of New York? It's all about the wind direction and the shape of Lake Erie. Fetch, as they call it. Fetch. The meteorological term describing how long the wind blows over a body of water. The higher the fetch, the more the atmosphere interacts with the body of water. In the case of lake effect snow, the higher fetch results in well-defined, persistent bands of heavy snow. The wind direction predicted to blow from the southwest across the entire 240-mile length of Lake Erie on through the weekend. That puts Buffalo and the surrounding areas right in the path of those lake effect snow bands as they develop. The wind will also cause water to kind of pile up on the northeastern shores of the lake. That's going to cause some coastal flooding along the immediate lake shore. Buffalo's mayor, as a matter of fact, warning that while city resources are set up to clear the roads, residents need to limit any unnecessary potential travel, probably through at least Saturday. Visibility is very difficult. People need to be patient. This is not going to be your average Buffalo snow. This is going to be a heavy storm. Now, as many as 100 plow trucks are on standby. I guess they're probably working now. GPS on the vehicles will allow the public to track the plows to where they've been. Now, he added the city's been coordinating with the state, the county, Buffalo Public Schools. But while we feel prepared, this, again, will not be a normal snow event for Buffalo. This is heavier than the average snow. So the public's going to have to understand, pack your patience. This is going to be a dangerous storm. All right, let's move over to, I mentioned diesel issues around the country. Haven't heard much over the past week until this past day. Officials with Love's Travel Centers, the national truck stop chain, say they're actively monitoring the diesel supply situation in Arizona and Utah and some of the surrounding areas as refinery issues and production delays in California kind of top the long list of problems that are creating these constraints. According to the news release, while we're seeing some intermittent fuel outages, Love's does not currently anticipate these will be long-term. If the supply situation deteriorates to a larger scale and a longer durations, outages will become unavoidable. We will communicate alternative locations where fuel will be available. Love's officials say they're committed to utilizing all available resources to secure and deliver product to prevent or try to minimize the impacts to customers. Meanwhile, average price for a gallon of diesel across the country right now is at $5.31 per gallon, according to the Energy Information Administration. Prices highest in New England and California, where on average, a gallon in New England is costing you $6 plus per gallon, $6.06. In California, you're averaging $6.18 per gallon. Lowest prices along the Gulf Coast, actually below $5 at $4.88 per gallon. Meanwhile, energy officials continue to battle the rumors that there's going to be mass outages of diesel across the country. Going back to the whole headline several weeks ago when we were at a 25-day supply of diesel. Yeah, we're not actually going to run out of fuel. The figure does not account for ongoing diesel production. And we've tried to reiterate that for the past several weeks. 25-day supply. Now that you'd run out in 25 days if nothing else, nothing more was coming into play. Patrick DeHaan, the fuel analyst for GasBuddy.com, did say some regions, such as the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic, could be extremely tight, but outages in individual stations are not indicative of the broader picture or broader shortages. So there you go. From Love's Travel Centers, Arizona, Utah. I haven't heard anybody mentioning pulling into a station that says we're out of diesel. If you've seen anything like that, feel free to dial us up at 844-3388. It's a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, who else we got checking in here? Philly Dan, yeah. Philly checked in right out of the box, but Philly says, hey, is there a meteor shower tonight? Yes, indeed. I forgot to mention that. Yeah, tonight is the peak of one of the most famous meteor showers. Yeah, it may not live up to the historical reputation, but on the other hand, it may be one of the best events of the year. It's the Leonid meteor shower. Yeah, third and final meteor shower for the month of November here. That's technically peaking tonight, Thursday night, into Friday morning. Earlier this month, we had the northern Taurids and the southern Taurids that had already peaked. Nothing really big. I mean, they only combined for a few meteors per hour. But a typical year, the Leonids on a peak night would bring maybe like 15 per hour on the peak night. But the Leonids kind of famous for, on occasion, certain years, they've actually produced meteor storms, thousands of meteors per minute many years ago. Yeah, going way back to the 1800s, 1833 and 66, then, a full 100 years later, 1966. Then we had 1999 and 2001. When the Earth encounters a fresh trail of debris from the comet known as 55P Temple-Tuttle. Yeah, it's a celestial light show more akin to something out of a science fiction movie. Now, they're not really anticipating a full-blown meteor storm this morning, but there is, I think we mentioned earlier this week, a small outburst possibility. You could see anywhere from 50 to maybe 200 meteors per hour if the calculations are correct. Couple of researchers that have been trying to break this down. Now, that's not actually tonight. This brief outburst they anticipate would actually be Saturday night. Yeah, let's see. Saturday morning, I guess. Friday night into Saturday morning. Between like 1 and 1:30 a.m. It may be worth actually getting up to gander toward the heavens for your Saturday morning. It's going to be a bit chilly out there. We ain't going to see much here. We've got off and on clouds. Every once in a while, a little break in the clouds, but I don't think I'm going to be able to see much as far as the meteors this morning. Email from one of our longtime listening friends, Scott in northern Indiana, says, "Hey there, Steve. Love the show for the last 20 years with you and your dad. I actually jumped out of the truck when the whole ELD thing came in, and I jumped into a dump truck. So listening in on the podcast works out great for me. Only thing is, when you talk about stuff, I wish I could call in, but obviously can't do that on the podcast. Well, anyway, here goes. In Indiana, we have a concrete shortage. So the price is going up rapidly, if you can even get it. Yeah, I work a lot with the state, and they have even said it's tough to get the concrete. We're currently working in Kokomo on a new battery factory for cars. It's 88 across under roof, and we have a concrete shortage, so figure this one out. Then there's one going up this spring up by South Bend. The big talk is they're pushing these buildings while this administration is in, because when Trump gets in, there'll be Amazon warehouses. So that's the rumor out there. Well, good to have you with us there, Scott, in Indiana. Thank you for checking in. Coming up in a bit, we'll get to, next week. Next week at this time, Thanksgiving will be over. We'll be rolling into Black Friday, technically. Yeah, the big shopping day, right? But travelers, lots of folks. Some folks will be heading out. Many actually get an early start, maybe traveling this weekend, spending the entire week with friends and relatives around the country. Others, of course, the biggest travel day, historically, Wednesday of next week, the day before Thanksgiving, the busiest travel day of the Thanksgiving holiday. But they say in recent years, Tuesday has actually become an even busier travel day. People trying to get there and try to, I guess, maybe get out ahead of the big rush, only to find themselves packed in traffic anyway. All right, we'll check in with Knucklebuster. Morning, Knucklebuster, what's happening?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, I guess you're going to have to face it all by yourself tonight. There, I was out there dropping and hooking at a customer to make a run to Dallas, and got run over by another truck out there. So I wasn't even in the truck. They just pulled out, made a left turn, and their trailer tore the hood off my truck there. So.
What the?
That's what I said. Anyway, I sent you an email over a stubby Ford F-250. Have you seen the picture of that thing yet?
When did? You just sent it here a few minutes ago. No, I can pull that up.
Yeah, that's a cool-looking truck, man. I could do something like that.
Yeah, that's pretty nifty.
Yeah, I like that. Well, I read the day that a Virginia man tried to slip a knife into the airplane by hiding it in his laptop. I mean, have people lost their minds, Steve? I mean, they just trying all kinds of stupid stuff. just wanting to go to jail.
Yeah. Was that the guy that had the box cutter? Is that the one?
Said it was a utility knife. Yeah.
Okay, yep, box say. Yeah, they had to divert and do an emergency landing for that DA.
Yeah, well, I mean, just people really need to get some more common sense. Maybe I need to get some more common sense. To me, that's possible too. I read where another Capitol rioter was convicted. Dude, he was looking to cause some trouble because he had cable ties for putting people in handcuffs and all kinds of stuff there.
And some duct tape as well. Don't forget that. Yeah, okay. Hold that thought, because we got to get our news break as we close out hour number 1 on a Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
A man who hijacked a plane before threatening to crash it into a Walmart in Mississippi has died in federal custody. This comes 4 days after being transferred. Corey Wayne Patterson was found unresponsive in his cell at the Federal Detention Center in Miami, according to the Federal Bureau of Prisons. The 29-year-old man's cause of death has not yet been determined, according to the Bureau. Tim Berg has the latest on the Biden debt relief situation.
The Biden administration is planning to ask the Supreme Court to review its student debt relief plan. On Thursday, the Justice Department announced its plan to ask the court to reverse an injunction which has prevented the debt relief program from moving forward. 6 Republican state officials have filed a lawsuit claiming the program is unfair and unconstitutional, and a 3-judge panel voted to pause the debt relief while the lawsuit unfolds. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Los Angeles County has logged another 2,215 COVID-19 infections, while the number of virus-positive patients in local hospitals continue to creep upward. The 7-day average daily rate of people testing positive for the virus also continued to climb upward, reaching 7.1%, up from 5.6% a week ago. This is all according to the County Department of Public Health. There is a strong recommendation for mask wearing, but there is no mask wearing mandate at this time. NASA is celebrating the successful launch of Artemis 1 by cutting ties. This is USA Radio News.
If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in taxes, please listen to this important message. The IRS is aggressively hiring and quickly ramping up their tax collection team. Act now and protect yourself with a call to Tax Alliance. Don't let the money you owe the IRS keep you up at night and ruin your life. You may be surprised at how much having Tax Alliance on your side can protect you from the IRS collections and help you save thousands on what you owe. Here's what a customer had to say.
Tax Alliance did an amazing job helping me through a quite difficult situation, saving me tens and thousands of dollars that I would have been paying for many years to come.
Tax Alliance is rated A+ with a Better Business Bureau with no consumer complaints. If you owe the IRS at least $10,000 or more in back taxes, have unfiled returns, or have a payment plan and are still frustrated, call Tax Alliance now for a free consultation. 800-987-1097. 800-987-1097. That's 800-987-1097.
Tax Alliance, your tax resolution solution.
U.S. regulators have approved a plan to demolish 4 dams on a California river and open up hundreds of miles of salmon habitat that would be the largest dam removal and river restoration project in the world when it goes forward. The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission's unanimous vote on the dam is the latest major regulatory hurdle and the biggest milestone for the $500 million demolition proposal championed by Native American tribes. The project would return the lower half of California's second largest river to the free-flowing state for the first time in more than a century. A Detroit man is in custody after it's alleged he shot and killed his neighbor, leading to a 4-hour standoff with police on the city's west side. According to Detroit Police Chief James White, the suspect was upset after he was sentenced to 60 days in jail as a result of a dispute with his neighbor over an Amazon package that was delivered last year. The fan who caught Aaron Judge's American League record 62nd home run ball is placing it on the auction block after turning down a $3 million offer to sell it. A collector for Golden Auction predicts that the ball has, quote, the potential to become the highest priced ball ever sold, end quote. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
I was 53, divorced, and ready to get back out there. I was unsure about dating sites, but I signed up for Silver Singles and quickly met Lily.
Mark and Lily rediscovered the romance they deserve on Silver Singles, the secure dating site for 50-plus singles who know what they want.
Lily's a lover of the great outdoors like me, and we instantly connected over it.
If you're like Mark and want to rediscover that feeling, sign up today at silversingles.com/chat. That's silversingles.com/chat.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, for our drivers in the Cleveland, Ohio area, got a new parking alternative. Love's Travel Centers opening a truck stop in Madison, Ohio, just east of Cleveland. This will be the Love's Travel just off I-90 at Great Lakes Way. Parking for 90 tractor trailers. Also 9 diesel bays there. According to a spokesperson for Love's, we're thrilled to show customers Love's highway hospitality in Madison. Yeah, coming off the most recent milestone of our 600th location. There you go. All right, what do you got? You're going to have an Arby's that'll opened yesterday, actually. Okay, 90 truck parking spaces, 7 showers, laundry facilities, cat scale, bean to cup gourmet coffee, brand name snacks, the mobile to-go zone with the latest GPS headsets, smartphone accessories. In addition, there are 71 car parking spaces, 7 RV hookups that are scheduled to be ready by December 1. In honor of the grand opening of this Love's Truck Stop, Love's making a donation of $2,000 to the Madison Village Police Department. There you go. Of course, earlier this year, Love's announced they're opening a travel stop in North Canton, Ohio, as well as they continue to expand around the country. All right, 844-3388. Back to Knucklebuster. Yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Yvonne Miller's fixing to get a bunch more customers there. You know, he's got that commercial that says if you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission, well, if I had a Dodge pickup, I'd hate myself. But anyway, they got a recall on 280,000 of them Dodge Ram trucks there. The automatic transmissions, they're catching on fire, Steve. So, I don't know, man. That wouldn't be good, would it? Burn your house down there or something. I don't know.
Well, I had the story about it. I had another Tesla burn up this week there in Pennsylvania.
Oh, man, that's not good. But this was off of the drive.com with the 280,000 Ram heavy-duty truck recalled for the automatic transmission that might start a fire. So I think it was a pretty legit story there. But anyway, I'm almost to the house. I'm fixing to jump in the bed with Tennessee there, or a sleeping bag, and get warm there, right?
So would you have to? Did they have to tow your truck or what after he ripped the hood off?
No, I strapped it all down and drove the 5 miles back around there to the yard and parked it. And they'll look at it in the morning, and I'll probably get a new truck out of it. So that's fine. I wasn't even in the truck when they hit my truck, so I know I couldn't be responsible for anything, right?
Correct. I wasn't there.
Yeah, that's right. Well, anyway, that's all my baloney for this morning. We're going to sign off with Houston. This is Knucklebuster, over and out. Have a great weekend.
All right. You do the same. Have a good weekend. I guess that was what he mentioned, the recall there. I didn't see that in any of the industry headline. I guess that's something hot off the press. Updated 5 o'clock this past afternoon. Yeah, it's correct. Stellantis, right, is now Dodge, right? Stellantis recalling nearly 250,000 heavy-duty diesel Ram pickup trucks because transmission fluid can leak and cause an engine fire. The recall covers certain 2020 to 2023 Ram 2500 and some 2020 through 2022 Ram 3500 trucks. All of them have the 6.7-liter Cummins diesel engine and the 68 RFE transmission. The company says heat and pressure can build up in the transmission, expelling fluid from the dipstick tube. If the fluid hits a hot engine part, it can catch fire. Stellantis, formerly Fiat Chrysler, still working on a repair, they say. In the meantime, the company says owners can still drive the trucks, but you need to contact a dealer if you see a dashboard warning light. They've had 16 reports of fires and 48 complaints, field reports, and warranty claims due to this particular problem. One minor injury thus far caused by the issue. So, yeah, owners are to be notified by letter starting December 30th. All right, not a good thing. The Tesla fire, meanwhile, This is the whole thing. It's becoming all too common with these lithium-ion batteries, right? And just how difficult these fires are to put out. Headline from Morrisdale, Pennsylvania. Fire crews used nearly 12,000 gallons of water to battle a Tesla fire along I-80 in Pennsylvania. This was on Tuesday of this week. Morris Township Volunteer Fire Company posting photos explaining that crews normally use about 500 gallons of water or less to extinguish a vehicle fire. According to the fire company, the lithium-ion battery on the Tesla caused the fire, and it continued to reignite and burn fiercely. It took crews nearly 2 hours of continually applying water on the vehicle as the battery would reignite and hold high temperatures. This vehicle burnt so hot and so long, they said if it weren't for the rims, which was about the only thing left, you wouldn't even know it was an automobile. That's what was left. I mean, it's disintegrated. But 12,000 gallons of water in hours of time. All right, farewell, Nancy. The big announcement, Nancy Pelosi. Yes, she will not seek re-election as leader of the Democrat conference, but she will continue to serve as a member of the House. Elected Democrat leader back in 2003, she served 2 4-year terms as the first female speaker. You had 2007 to 2011, and then, of course, 2019 to this day. During her announcement this past day, she said that I'll continue to serve in Congress and represent the people in my San Francisco district. With great confidence in our caucus, I will not seek re-election to Democrat leadership in the next Congress. For me, the hour has come for a new generation to lead the Democrat caucus that I so deeply respect. I'm grateful that so many are ready and willing to shoulder this awesome responsibility. There's no greater special honor for me than to stand on this floor to speak for the people of San Francisco as we uphold the Constitution. She actually said that. The Constitution, really, Nancy? Interestingly, how Breitbart says, they're all throwing accolades to Nancy Pelosi, the greatest Speaker of the House ever. Yeah, she's earned a spot breaking barriers, succeeding in what was formerly a man's world, advancing a left-wing agenda more effectively than nearly anyone in American politics. That's for sure, left-wing agenda. But Breitbart's Business Digest says, her career should be defined in a different way. She is the most infamous and one of the most successful stock traders of all time. Her personal wealth, as we know, has soared to 9 figures and beyond since the financial collapse back in 2008. This largely attributed to stock trades made by her husband, Paul. And those trades, of course, were often concentrated in businesses and industries propped up by Nancy's political policies. As famously documented by Peter Schweitzer, Nancy Pelosi's stances shifted constantly as her family made more money. Currently, and thanks in part to the Speaker herself, most, if not all, of this appears to be legal. She has been slow-walking an utterly reasonable and necessary ban on congressional stock trading. Something like that that's almost guaranteed to become a part of the platform for any Republican seeking the White House in 2024, unless Joe Biden signs something into law along those lines first. Although she will remain in Congress, at least for now, her tenure in leadership has come to an end. What does the future have in store for the soon-to-be former Speaker? Well, we certainly hope it's seminars, newsletters, master classes on how to dominate the trading game while still soaring to historic heights during your day job. All right. Although his retirement is not confirmed, Brian Deese, Biden's top economic advisor and a BlackRock alumnus, is reportedly looking for an off-ramp from his post as National Economic Council Director in 2023. He's largely responsible for the Bidenflation and our reluctance to tap our own natural resources despite the soaring cost of energy. So good riddance to him as well. But he'll probably just end up being replaced by someone equally as bad. But there you go, Nancy Pelosi. Exit stage left. Don't let the door hit you, right? It is 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you on a Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let's get the latest on the rail strike. What are they saying now? If it were to happen, very well could bring the U.S. economy into a full-on recession in short order. If a strike were to last 1 month, it would put a major chill on several leading economic indicators through the first half of next year, according to the American Chemistry Council. They issued a release on that report. This represents chemical shippers. They determined that a strike could result in 700,000 jobs lost across multiple industries, a 4% spike in the PPI, Producer Price Index, a 1% contraction of the U.S. gross domestic product, and a pullout of almost $160 billion from the economy. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the PPI measures the average change over time of the selling prices received by domestic producers for their output. Now, if a strike continues for another month, 2 months combined, could result in the PPI increasing by 12%. GDP would contract by 2%. I can't see a strike lasting anywhere close to that length of time. That would be totally unprecedented. But a rail strike, they said, could shove the economy out of recovery and into recession. A prolonged strike would have an exponential effect for each additional month and drag the country into potential recession a whole lot faster. Now, a rail strike would curtail production at American Chemistry Council facilities because they typically don't have more than 4 to 5 days worth of empty cars or raw materials on hand. If facilities aren't able to receive the supplies they need after, say, roughly 1 week, they would actually be forced to shut down. So we and other shippers are urging Congress to prevent a rail strike. I sent a letter recently to the majority and minority leaders in the House and the Senate. Should a strike appear imminent, Congress needs to pass legislation that would enact the labor contract terms that the unions and railroads agreed to in September. But, it's not supposed to be about the government intervening here. That's what unions are about, right? Now, the shipping groups are also concerned a strike could occur should members of the two largest unions, that's the locomotive engineers and the train conductors, decide against ratifying their agreements with the railroads. I believe those two are supposed to be announced. I guess that would be early next week, Monday of next week, the 21st, if memory serves. Now, 3 other railroads have already voted against ratifying their agreements. Sick leave policies, one of the sticking points for those unions. Although the railroads have indicated publicly a reluctance to budge. They're not moving. All right, if members of the locomotive engineers and train conductors unions vote against ratification, members could opt to engage in a strike, but only after a cooling off period per federal law. That stretch for some of the 5 remaining unions ends on December 4th. That timetable could be extended to December the 9th if they all kind of align their ending dates. So there you go. It's 844-844-3388 on a Friday. Eagle, good morning.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, how you doing, Steve? I want to ask you a question before I get started on my phone call. Are you gonna be working next week? You gonna be you gonna be on the air next week, or what day are you gonna be off?
Well, we'll be here like a typical Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday morning. So when I get off Wednesday morning, then I'll be off Thanksgiving morning and Friday morning. So just 3 days.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's a good deal. I definitely call in next week because I probably won't get home until Wednesday back to Texas. I'm gonna go home for Thanksgiving, but I will be on the road for the rest of the weekend. So, I definitely wanted to check and see if you were still gonna be on the radio. So I had something to listen to while I was driving. Okay, now, Steve, here's how I go. I've been waiting like I told you a couple of nights ago, Steve. I've been waiting. I was waiting a long time to make that phone call about the other loser that I had talked to you about going out of business. Finally, we got some changes coming, and now one of the biggest changes that I love. I've definitely been waiting for this for a long time, Steve, and that's Nancy Pelosi being out of work. Nancy Pelosi out of business now. You know what they say, Steve. What goes around come around. Nancy Pelosi screwed over Donald Trump. She made his life a living hell while he was in the White House, and now she got what was coming to her. And guess what? You think I got any tears coming down my eyes right now? I doubt it. Like I said before, Nancy, like you said before the break, Steve, Nancy, you can walk out the door, and you know what? Don't let that door hit you in the as your way out. And I don't want to see her ugly face ever again in Washington, D.C., as far as I'm concerned, Steve. She has been nothing but a thorn in the back of Donald Trump in the progress of him trying to do his job for 4 years. She's part of the reason why the border is unsecure right now, Steve, because she was one of the persons that was denying him money and funds to build a wall. Every time Donald Trump took one step, she kicked him back 3 or 4 steps. So, like I said, Nancy Pelosi, good riddance. Go back to that miserable cesspool that you call your home in San Francisco and continue running that state down the drain with the rest of those Democrats. You see what I'm saying, Steve?
Absolutely.
What'd you say?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, don't stay in California. Don't come back to Washington, D.C. We don't need you, nor do we want you, the way I see it, because I'm about fed up with her. I don't never want to see her ugly face on my television again. Now, let's talk about another individual that I'm fed up with, Steve. You know, it's not an individual, but it's Twitter. I understand that Twitter is having some serious problems. I don't know if you've been over this yet, because I tuned in a little bit late, but they're saying that people at Twitter are walking out because Elon Musk was telling the people that he expects more out of these people than what the previous person that was running the show, Elon Musk, said he's going to run the show a whole lot different. And a lot of these employees are apparently not happy with the way Elon Musk is running the show. So the way I see it is a good riddance Twitter with all the people that they don't screw, Steve, including Donald Trump and everybody else that they don't screwed over in the past. See, you have like I say, I like Elon Musk, but hey, if Twitter goes out of business, if they go under, I could care less. Like I said, that's just one less person you have to deal with. So Good riddance.
Yeah, they're making it sound like a mass exodus. You are correct, a mass exodus of employees there at Twitter. But hold that thought. We've got to get a news break here, hit the bottom of the hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
A man who hijacked a plane before threatening to crash it into a Walmart in Mississippi has died in federal custody. This comes 4 days after being transferred. Corey Wayne Patterson was found unresponsive in his cell at the Federal Detention Center in Miami, according to the Federal Bureau of Prisons. The 29-year-old man's cause of death has not yet been determined, according to the Bureau. Los Angeles County has logged another 2,215 COVID-19 infections, while the number of virus-positive patients in local hospitals continue to creep upward. The 7-day average daily rate of people testing positive for the virus also continued to climb upward. This is all according to the County Department of Public Health. This is USA Radio News.
If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in taxes, please listen to this important message. The IRS is aggressively hiring and quickly ramping up their tax collection team. Act now and protect yourself with a call to Tax Alliance. Don't let the money you owe the IRS keep you up at night and ruin your life. You may be surprised at how much having Tax Alliance on your side can protect you from the IRS collections and help you save thousands on what you owe. Here's what a customer had to say.
Tax Alliance did an amazing job helping me through a quite difficult situation, saving me tens and thousands of dollars that I would have been paying for many years to come.
Tax Alliance is rated A+ with a Better Business Bureau with no consumer complaints. If you owe the IRS at least $10,000 or more in back taxes, have unfiled returns, or have a payment plan and are still frustrated, call Tax Alliance now for a free consultation. 800-987-1097. 800-987-1097. That's 800-987-1097.
Tax Alliance, your tax resolution solution.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, welcome back. Hello to the inbred redneck. Where, oh, where is the inbred redneck? That's kind of wonder. Did you lose your ass on that deal last week? I hadn't heard from him since the whole collapse of the FTX thing. Kind of curious about what his take would be. How could a $32 billion company vaporize overnight? That's what anyone watching the sudden collapse of FTX, the cryptocurrency startup that plunged into bankruptcy last week. 1 week ago today, they filed Chapter 11. It's rather puzzling. It's going to take time, they say, and multiple federal investigations to understand what happened behind the scenes at FTX, the Bahamas-based crypto exchange. But the impact is already becoming clear. Lawmakers are calling for more oversight. Crypto diehards are trying to distance themselves. Critics of this sector of finance are crowing. And for those who had, well, until now, managed to ignore the rise and rise and rise of crypto as a phenomenon, well, first of all, they say good for you. Secondly, you may want to watch how this plays out. First, this would be the simplest explanation of what happened that I could manage. FTX let people and companies buy and sell digital currencies, holding billions of dollars worth of customers' deposits. The founder, Sam Bankman-Fried, also created an investment fund that trades cryptocurrencies called Alameda Research. Now, their businesses were supposed to be separate, but this year Alameda needed cash and apparently dipped into the FTX customer deposits. Then this month, customers started getting worried about their deposits and rushed to withdraw those deposits, essentially setting off a bank run, pushing FTX into bankruptcy. The commingling of funds between Alameda and FTX is highly suspicious, could lead to criminal fraud charges, and obviously there's already lawsuits been filed. The Securities and Exchange Commission, the Justice Department, they're all investigating. But he said, I'd like to explain why the disintegration of FTX matters. It's more than simply one man's financial catastrophe. He said there are 3 reasons. Number 1, crypto actually went mainstream in the pandemic. Regulation has not caught up. Cryptocurrencies were part of the overlapping investment manias. Meme stocks, trading cards, NFTs. They got people chasing speculative investments in the past few years, but not everyone buying in understood the level of risk involved. If a bank fails, the government might step in and bail it out. A hallmark of crypto is that it is unregulated for the most part. In other words, buyer beware. Hacks cannot be reversed. Misplaced funds cannot be retrieved by calling customer service. And a failing crypto exchange is not likely to get a government bailout. So any investor really doesn't have much of any protection. Risky bets at several crypto projects once deemed valuable have already led to death spirals this year, incinerating billions of dollars of investors' money. But this case, FTX and Bankman-Fried, really stands out. I mean, he appeared on magazine covers, schmoozed the regulators, grew his profile in philanthropy and politics, even sponsored a sports arena in Miami, made hundreds of investments in smaller crypto projects, and actually aggressively bailed out failing projects. The evangelists for cryptocurrencies and their underlying technology promote them as investment vehicles that eliminate the need for faith in people and institutions. This, Bankman-Fried, has now made a point of fostering trust from investors, journalists, politicians, charities. Now he is a pariah. And he brought all the other crypto industry under scrutiny. Number 2, FTX's collapse is connected to the broader tech industry retreat. Now, he's already drawing comparisons to Bernie Madoff. And just as Bernie Madoff's Ponzi scheme fell apart in the financial crisis in 2008, FTX's collapse arrived amid a broader pullback from the tech industry. Tech stocks have crashed. Venture capital funding is drying up. Nearly 800 tech companies have laid off more than 120,000 workers this year. I mean, from Facebook to Amazon, Twitter. Tough times in tech can be traced to interest rates for borrowing money. For more than a decade, rates were low, pushing those investors to chase the risk, pouring money into high-growth tech companies. Well, now with the rates rising, just as the pandemic-fueled growth of the last couple of years fades away, these rate increases have really hurt the tech companies, their access to capital, including those focused on cryptocurrency. Lastly, he said there is more to come. FTX's bankruptcy filings list more than 1 million creditors, in addition to people who used the platform to store their cryptocurrency investments and investors who backed the company directly. Numerous funds and crypto startups actually had assets locked up there. Investment managers that kind of dabbed in crypto should really be considering whether they should have relatively new, relatively unproven, unregulated assets in their retirement plans. Yeah, there are certain types of assets that frankly do not belong in your retirement plans. So there you go. How does that happen overnight? Many had predicted something of this nature would happen. You wake up one morning and everything's gone. All right, welcome back, Eagle. Thanks for hanging in there. I knew you had a little bit more for us there.
Yeah, I'm still here. But yeah, after I hang up with you, I want you to try to go over what's going on with Twitter. Like I said before, things are not going too good for them right now. It don't look like a lot of the people don't walked out because they apparently don't want to work for Elon Musk. And I think the main reason is because he's a Republican and the main people that was running it before were Democrats, Steve. And then, like I said, they seem like they're not taking too kindly to him taking over the company. Yep. So like I said, look like they're gonna go under. And like I said, I won't shed not one tear if Twitter goes out of business. They just get exactly what's coming to them the way I see it. Now let's move on to another subject, Steve, and that's the Democratic cities around America. I'm so disappointed, Steve. I'm just really shocked. Like I told you a couple of weeks ago, I don't even try to hold a conversation with anybody who tells me that they're a Democrat. It's hard for me not to even laugh in their face when somebody tells me that they voted for Democrats. I'm here in Georgia right now, and believe it or not, these idiots are still trying to figure out who they want to vote for, Steve, between Herschel Walker and this Warnock. There is no decision to be made. Herschel Walker should be the man that come out on top in Georgia, and yet these people still support this loser Warnock, a guy that's a thief, a criminal, and a fake wannabe pastor. And this guy's as crooked as they come, and you still got people voting for him, Steve. It's just amazing. Same thing with the guy up there in Pennsylvania. The people of Pennsylvania ought to be ashamed of themselves. Whoever went into a voting booth and put their name down for that man ought to be totally embarrassed, Steve. That guy there is not qualified to go into Washington, D.C. Who voted for this man? I don't know, Steve. Right. But like I say, I'm really disappointed in the American people, Steve, the ones that turned their back on the Republicans, because there was no reason to do that, Steve. They've had 2 years of Joe Biden running this country down the drain, just like Trump said, and yet these people, what more do these people have to see? Just like Donald Trump said, Steve, it's going to get worse. It seemed like these people have to have some serious punishment, like Trump said the other night. It seemed like the bottom got to fall out of the USA before these people finally realize that the Democrats is not the way to go. And that's really sad that people can be that stupid, Steve. It really amazes me that somebody could go and vote for these individuals around the country, because this country is one step away from being done with this guy Biden in the White House. This guy here, everything that this guy has done, everything that Trump did, he reversed it and turned it into a total and utter disaster. Like Trump said, Steve, all over the world. I'm just going to give you a couple of examples of what he said the other day. You already know. In North Korea, Donald Trump had North Korea totally in line. Kim Jong-un wasn't even thinking about launching no missiles. Now he's launching missiles left and right. You got China getting ready to do their deal over there in Taiwan. You got these other countries, and here's the biggest one of all, Steve. You and I know, I told you this so many times. You and I both know that Vladimir Putin wouldn't have dared go into Ukraine if Donald Trump was in the White House. And yet we have that going on right now. And people continue to support Joe Biden and the Democrats. Like I said, I'm just so disappointed in the situation. And like I said, at first, Steve, I thought maybe 2024 was going to be a change for America. I actually thought that we might have a chance to get a Republican in the White House. But you know something? After seeing what happened last Tuesday, I'm really ashamed to say that we may be stuck with another Democrat in 2024, and that's a damn shame. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Eagle, have a good night. Have a great weekend. And, yeah, we'll talk with you. You'll be here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. to keep you company. And hopefully you'll do the same. Return the favor, right? All right, Seen Unseen on board this morning. He's got a lot of things. He's got a lot of things on his mind. Let's see. About 34 here. No snow, but it did snow a couple days back, inch or so. Wintertime, no, not my favorite time of year either. But everybody try to have a great Friday and upcoming weekend. Steve, what happened to the studio skull with the flashing eyes? You know, it doesn't have to be broke out just for Halloween. Well, it was a Halloween decoration. I got that crazy clown stuck over in the corner there. I got to find some time to get him out in the storage area. Meanwhile, who else on board here? Yeah, he says, Artemis rocket. The Artemis was a success. The MAGA candidates retook the House of Representatives, and the Donald decided he's not done stepping into the rigged ring. The country needed this lift. How about we keep the faith, he says. Well, okay. Well, I was pleasantly surprised this past day. I mean, I kind of figured once the new Congress was seated, the gavel had changed hands, Republicans in control. We knew they've been telling us for months. When that occurred, there's going to be some changes coming on. There's going to be some investigations. Fauci hasn't officially been announced yet, but I guarantee Rand Paul will be presenting that in fairly short order. But they did not waste any time. I mean, less than 24 hours after being confirmed to reach that 218 threshold, meaning they have control of the House, Republicans. They announced this past day, we're beginning the investigation of Joe Biden, what knowledge or involvement he had in his family's foreign business dealings over the years. Yeah, this is going to follow claims that Biden lied about his knowledge of his family's business dealings and whether he's actually compromised by foreign actors, mainly China. During the press conference, Republican members of the House announcing we're looking into what President Biden knew. The announcement of the investigation, as several media outlets have projected, Republicans are set to take control of the House. Yeah, that's pretty much confirmed now, right? At the press conference, though, the Oversight Committee ranking member James Comer of Kentucky said, quote, "This is an investigation of Joe Biden, the President of the United States, and why he lied to the American people about his knowledge and participation in his family's international business schemes." Said the investigation will look into whether Biden is a president who is compromised or swayed by foreign dollars and influence. He also said Republicans have already gathered evidence and whistleblower testimony and found, quote, business plans aimed at targets around the world based on influence peddling, including with people closely tied to foreign governments like China. He said one business deal that involves Joe Biden saw the sale of a U.S. natural gas to China. 2019, after announcing his run for president, Joe Biden said, quote, "I've never spoke to my son, Hunter, about his overseas business dealings." Of course, he wasn't under oath at the time, right? Yeah, is it a lie if you're not under oath? Now, whistleblowers have described Joe Biden as the chairman of the board for various businesses operated by members of his family. He personally participated in meetings and phone calls, documents showing he was a partner with access to an office. Now, he went on to say there's evidence President Biden and Hunter kind of commingled their financial activities. For example, Comer said an associate of Hunter accessed an account under Joe Biden's name and wrote checks to reimburse Hunter. Now, this same associate was involved in international business dealings by the Bidens around the world and was a frequent visitor of the White House, visiting close to 30 times when Biden was vice president under Obama. For months, Republicans have been seeking up to 150 suspicious activity reports, as they call them. Now, that's in regards to millions of dollars in payments the Biden family received from investors linked to the Chinese Communist Party. Thus far, the Treasury Department, which is an executive branch department under Biden's authority, has withheld those documents from Republican lawmakers. Now, the Oversight Committee also published a report this past day laying out the allegations against Biden and his family. Allegations about Joe Biden's knowledge of Hunter's business activities on the board of the Ukraine gas company, Burisma. The report states Devin Archer, who worked with Hunter on the board, met with Joe Biden in the White House in April of 2014. Joe also traveled to Ukraine days after meeting with Archer. In 2015, Burisma executive Vadim Pasharsky emailed Hunter about a meeting with then Vice President Joe Biden. "Dear Hunter," he writes, "thank you for inviting me to D.C. and giving an opportunity to meet your father and spend some time together. It's really an honor and a pleasure." 2018, a panel discussion with the Council on Foreign Relations. Joe Biden described a 2016 meeting with Ukraine officials. Remember, he actually described withholding $1 billion in U.S. aid until they fired a prosecutor. I mean, if there's ever been a definition of quid pro quo, the details of Biden's story have overlapped with the 2016 firing of then Prosecutor General of Ukraine, Viktor Shokin. I mean, Trump raised questions about Biden's involvement in the firing of the prosecutor there when he spoke with Vladimir Zelensky back in 2019, the now president of Ukraine. That conversation is the one that actually became the subject of impeaching Trump. Allegations that he conditioned aid to Ukraine on whether or not Ukraine investigated whether Biden conditioned aid to them to fire Shokin. Of course, the readout of Trump's call with Zelensky does not indicate Trump directly linked aid to Ukraine in exchange for Ukraine looking into the prosecutor's firing. But again, that led to the impeachment allegations. I mean, on it goes, but this really could get interesting in the coming days and the coming weeks. Of course, he also in the press conference said that they already have their hands on some bank records, what they call suspicious bank activity, things that get flagged. So things may really begin to unfold fast and furious now. Meanwhile, 5-7 on board here on a Friday morning. What's going on, 5-7?
Oh, I'm climbing up on the ladder.
How warm is it down there tonight? Nice and comfy, cozy down there in South Carolina?
I'll have you know, if you're going to try to find a snow shovel in my Walmart, you ain't going to find it. No, this will be short because I'm on top of this chip wagon trying to pull this tarp off. They got loaded on the tarp chips. So I just want to make this a Christmas list for the Congress. I want them to add this to Adam Schiff purposely had that committee, got up there and wanted it recorded in the history of Congress and read off his version, fictional version of the phone call from Donald Trump to the president of Ukraine. And if you lie to Congress, you're going to pay a heavy price. I'd like to see him finally say, if you get caught, if congressmen lied to the American people, they need to pay that very price. And really the only reason why they wouldn't, pardon my breath, 260 pounds trying to crawl through this stuff. The only reason why they wouldn't want to have that done is because they know down the road they might be the ones lying. So, but McCarthy sort of squashed us right off the bat. He got up there and said, the American people are tired of endless impeachment proceedings. I got news for you. No, we're not. We're tired of the false and the lying. You know, we're ready for some people to pay for their crimes. And I'm serious. Lying to the American people is a crime, because look how it's cost us in our economy. It's cost us in our ability to save and set back our families. Some people even taken their lives over some of this stuff, which I can't blame that on anybody. I think over money, if they take their life, they had some mental disability anyway. But that's my Christmas wish list to the House of Representatives. I'm glad to hear they're going to do the Hunter thing.
Yeah. Well, after McCarthy's comments, where he, because they directly asked him about, you think anybody deserves to be impeached, and he kind of said no. I didn't expect that press conference to take place this past day. All right, top of the hour, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The average 401k balance is down 23% in the last year. Fidelity Investments says it now stands at just over $97,000. Despite that, the average 401k contribution rate stands at just under 14%. The president of Workplace Investing at Fidelity said folks should contribute to their 401k consistently, no matter what happens in the stock market. The balance of power in Washington, D.C. is set to change. From the USA Radio News West Coast News Bureau, Lance Pry has the details.
Republicans won the majority of seats in the House of Representatives in the midterm elections, ending Democrat control of Washington that has seen America lose her energy independence and new taxes on every American because of overspending inflation.
The Senate is in session on Thursday, and speaking on the Senate floor, Senate Minority Leader from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, says while many lawmakers are focused on the next session of Congress, Americans are still struggling with inflation that he blames on Democrats overspending.
The Democrats have passed radical policy on top of radical policy.
And it's brought hardworking Americans like the people of Georgia pain on top of pain.
Residents in western and upstate New York are bracing for an extreme snowstorm as multiple counties are under a state of emergency. New York Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul attacked semi-drivers just trying to do their job during the storm while at a press conference in Buffalo.
They literally can paralyze our highways, putting people at risk, stranding motorists for hours, if not days.
Governor Hochul telling residents to make sure they have plenty of supplies both at home and in their cars, and if they must travel, to do so carefully. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Thursday, 4 prisoners were released from a prison in Burma. One American citizen was wrongfully detained for over a year. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken offered these remarks while in Bangkok at APEC 2022.
The security and safety of Americans abroad is my highest priority, and we will never stop working to secure the release of any American who is being wrongfully detained.
The prisoners were released as part of a mass amnesty marking the country's National Victory Day. The FDA is giving the thumbs up to lab-grown meat.
The first company to receive FDA approval to sell cultivated meat in the United States is Upside Foods. The company will sell its cultivated chicken meat at selected restaurants before allowing customers to buy and cook it at home. Cultivated meat is meat grown from real animal cells inside bioreactors, bypassing the need to kill live animals. The company claims it is indistinguishable from livestock meat. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Ticketmaster will be the focus of an antitrust investigation by the Tennessee Attorney General. Jonathan Scometti launched the investigation after thousands of customers reported issues with the site while trying to buy seats for Taylor Swift's upcoming world tour. The Attorney General saying he wants to ensure that consumer protection laws and antitrust laws in Tennessee are being honored. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
The buy one, get one free special going on now at MyPillow. MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, the Roll and Go Anywhere MyPillows, and 6-piece towel sets on special. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find out all the great deals you can get right now at MyPillow. mypillow.com/USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. A DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And let me give you a traveler's update here out of West Virginia. Putnam County, let's see. Authorities say the right westbound lane of I-64 is back open following a tractor-trailer rollover at the 43-mile marker. It had been shut down. All right, traffic is slow due to the bottleneck. Slow at that open lane of the interstate. At this time, it says both eastbound lanes are closed and the westbound fast lane is closed as crews work to clear the scene. So if you're traveling eastbound on 64, you got to get off at exit 40, the Route 35 exit, to detour around the crash. Once you get off exit 40, take County Road 33 to State Route 817, then you can merge back onto 64 at the mile marker 44 entrance. That crash happened about 12:30 a.m. this morning. It only involved the one tractor trailer. They do say the driver was taken to the hospital. No word on his condition. But all right, so eastbound taking the detour. Westbound, you got the one lane open, so just a bit of a bottleneck. Traffic backed up a bit there. So, hey, what a way to start your Friday for somebody. All right, speaking of, well, how's your Sunday starting out there, Pappy? Good morning.
Okay, I guess. Steve, the big guy's in trouble.
You think it's finally going to happen? Are they finally going to get to the bottom of it?
Let's hope so. He's not going to end up with any bracelets on, Steve, but they are looking to impeach this man.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if McCarthy will be able to stop him or not. I watched a clip, I think it was on Tucker tonight, of that press conference. The big guy's in trouble, Steve.
Yes. Because he came right out and said, this is not an investigation into Hunter Biden's drug use or Hunter Biden's lying on the form to buy a gun. This is an investigation of Joe Biden.
Yes, sir. And they read off a list of the things that they are looking. I mean, Steve, I hate to keep talking about Washington, D.C. being a massive money laundering machine, but they're talking money laundering, conspiracy, FARA violations. They read off a list of stuff. And then there was a federal investigator, used to be judge, I think they interviewed. This guy said he's in trouble, and hey, if he gets impeached, he gets impeached. I don't know how we can make another 2 years with this guy, which leads us right into the whole FTX thing, Steve. This should have broke 2 weeks ago, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
This guy has donated millions and millions of dollars to the Democrats. They said he was the second biggest
$300 million to Democrats.
Yes. $10 million to Joe Biden's campaign. And the reason they don't care, Steve, they were getting all this money. They don't care where it comes from. Everybody was asking how this guy wasn't nothing but a crook, Steve. He's a drug addict, right? They showed video of him giving these interviews, and the whole time he's shaking and tapping his foot 100 miles an hour, his arms shaking. He's down in the Bahamas, snorting coke, living the high life. Some young kid, supposedly, he somehow managed to fabricate the wealth of his crypto. Is how this all started. And which is no different than counterfeiting, Steve. But nobody wanted to look into it, Steve, because he's giving them the money. And the Democrats are doing what? He gave $10 million to Biden's campaign, and all of a sudden the United States government is giving how much money to Ukraine, Steve? We find out they got their paws in this too. And it's just a big circle. That email I sent you, that photo goes from FTX to Biden to the Democrats to massive money laundering machine. This is probably the biggest political financial scheme in history, Steve. The amount of money we're talking. This kid was worth $16 billion. And he was promising to give the Democrats $1 billion. Crazy. Another thing that's got my goat, Steve, is Lewinsky, Ukraine. This missile attack. Didn't really have a chance to talk about it the other night when I was working. Was busy. But, Steve, this man came out and without no evidence was flat out saying that Russia has launched missiles into Poland as a direct attack against
NATO.
Poland.
Yeah.
And
he wanted
NATO.
Article 4. Some are saying, did he do this? Because does he want NATO to get in to kind of bail him out to get his country back?
That's exactly what he's trying to do, Steve. But he had no evidence to this, is my point. He's stirring up World War III here. Come to find out that the missiles were Ukrainian, Steve. They weren't even Russian missiles. And as the news was reporting that these missiles were Ukrainian missiles, whether it was intentional by Ukraine or if they were trying to shoot down some Russian missiles or planes and they were strays, we'll probably never know. But the fact is they came from Ukraine. Even after that was being reported, he was still saying that this was Russia's fault. Craziness. You can't believe nothing that man, I'm telling you, we're living in an altered universe, Steve. When you can't believe nothing nobody says anymore without direct evidence. Unbelievable. They had a segment on shoplifters, Steve, talking about how the shoplifters and the shoplifting, how it has affected these retailers.
Yes, I touched on that last night. I mean, how many, did they say $1 billion worth is going to be a total theft in this year?
They were talking, close 93 million, I think. It was just Target alone. So, yeah. And these panelists were asking, why aren't they getting called out? These mayors in these liberal cities calling out these people and punishing them.
Because they can go in and do their smash and grab, take $850 worth. You haven't reached that threshold, and it's just a misdemeanor, right?
It's not even a misdemeanor, Steve. They don't even get caught in California. If it's less than $1,000, the police won't even respond. Fact.
Insane.
And the reason they're not doing anything about it, Steve, because they're all crooks themselves. When we go back to who can straighten this country out, Steve? I don't know. I don't know if Trump can do it or not. And how many times have we said if Trump would have never got elected, right? I mean, we knew that D.C. was a swamp full of nothing but corruption, but I'll tell you what, I don't think nobody knew the extent on how bad it really is. And I don't even know if we can turn it around. It's that bad where if we don't turn this around, we're doomed. So, Bongino made a point on his podcast. The reason maybe this wasn't a big red wave was because it just didn't get bad enough for some people.
Right.
Right? You brought up New York, how Rudy Giuliani got elected. Prior to that, it was bad, and they reelected that one liberal, and then things got like really, really bad, and they finally woke up. So he seemed to think we need to reach that point where we're all woke up. Everybody that listens to your show is waking up and realizes what's going on. I don't know if half the country does, but we need everybody to wake up and say, man, enough of this. So, sorry to vent on you, man, but I had to let loose, buddy.
You're right. I just got an email from Dennis. I mean, we talk about wacky possibilities. He said, this is what I think's going to happen. They're going to make a deal with Joe Biden. He'll resign. Kamala becomes president, pardons him. Pelosi becomes vice president, and it's all going to happen quickly before the Republicans take the House. What do you think?
It's a possibility, Joe, because that Joe just might do that. Our Alzheimer in chief here might just resign. Steve, I'm telling you, watch this. The media is going to start turning on him. He's a puppet. And when he's used up and he serves no useful purpose anymore, they will get rid of him. So that's a very good possibility that could happen. Because we're living in an altered universe.
Yep. Upside down world.
Yes, sir. All right, man. Listen, it's going to be chilly this weekend. So hunker down, man. Put on the layers, you know. And
Did I hear,
Steve, I got me a...
Did I hear right? Are we supposed to have lows down in the teens this weekend? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
What
Low
the-
16, I think they're
what the
talking
hell?
on Saturday.
Man.
You know, I got the wood burner going, Steve. Got some logs in there, you know. So, yes, sir. Let's hope the electric don't go out, right?
Yes. Have a great weekend there, Pappy. Thank you very much. No, you say you can't make this stuff up. I've been beating this drum, and I think most of my audience understands and agrees about this whole going green, going electric cars. We can't. We don't have the grid. With the minuscule number of electric vehicles that are on the road today. All summer long when we were running the AC, remember, it wasn't just a California thing like it was several years ago. You know, every summer, California would run the risk of rolling brownouts and blackouts and all that because the grid didn't have enough juice. Now, the summer of 2022, what California has been dealing with for years had spread over 2/3 of the country, the Great Lakes region, the entire Midwest. Grid operators all over the damn country telling us we may not be able to meet supply. Remember that? Now, here we are. What are we looking at? 18th day of November. Winter still a month away, technically. And they're already telling us the power grid may not be up to the task this winter. A large portion of North America at risk of insufficient electric supplies when we get to peak winter conditions. Well, we're getting a daggone early jump on those peak winter conditions with freezing temperatures all the way into southern Texas and southern Alabama, southern Georgia, the Carolinas this weekend. How ugly might it get? We'll give you more on that just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Somebody sent me an email a few minutes ago. Wacky Kathy. That's what he dubbed her. New York's governor. Newly reelected governor, Kathy Hochul. They're calling her Wacky Kathy. Said she's up there right now bitching about trucks blocking the roads, causing people to get stranded. But in the very next breath, she says, make sure you have plenty of supplies for the storm. Where the hell does she think those said supplies come from? Yeah, it's those trucks that she's bitching about blocking the road. We need supplies, but we don't need your truck on the road. You know, you can't have it both ways, Wacky Kathy. Let me get to the whole power grid thing, because this was just announced. This is the organization that's responsible for the reliability of the United States power grid. The North American Electric Reliability Corporation, the NERC, said a large portion of North America is at risk for insufficient electric supplies this winter. These concerns stem from higher peak demand projections, generator requirements, generator vulnerability to extreme weather, fuel supply and natural gas infrastructure limitations. This is from their Winter Reliability Assessment, again, released this past day, Thursday. In Texas, the NERC projected power demand will rise by over 7% since last winter, causing lower reserves margins, noting that generators and fuel supplies will still be threatened by extreme and prolonged cold like the Texas freeze we saw in 2021 when the grid operator imposed rotating outages. Remember that fiasco? Remember all the busted water pipes, homes damaged and or destroyed? The NERC said the lack of interconnections with other regions limited Texas' ability to import power from other regions if problems arise. I don't think that has changed since then. In the Mid-Continent Independent System Operator, that's the Midwest USA, NERC said reserve margins have declined by over 5% since last winter as retired generation exceeds replacement capacity. People, are you paying attention? In other words, as we're trying to push and shove electric cars and electric trucks down the people's throats by mandating them, our electric grid is not getting stronger or better. It's actually getting weaker. A 5% reduction in the Midwest since last winter. Energy emergencies are likely, said the NERC, noting wind generator performance will be a key factor this winter. Let's head up to New England. The NERC warned the amount of oil stored at power generations is about 40% of capacity. We encourage generators to fill up those tanks. The combination of low oil stockpiles and record high global demand for liquefied natural gas following Russia's invasion, fuel availability risks in the 6-state New England region. You may be freezing to death. Shutting down power plants in recent years and other measures that have stripped away supply as we attempt to transition to lower carbon energy sources is coming at the cost of grid reliability. That is a quote from the CEO of the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association. They're warning us. They're telling us. But is this administration listening? All those people that voted for Democrats last week with their Green Deal, you think you're doing something good for the country? You may end up putting yourself in the grave, froze to death. Now, he goes on to say, quote, we need to be very careful as a country, and in particular regions, maybe more than others. Now, this organization represents about 900 private electric cooperatives that serve 42 million people in all but 3 states. I think this concern exists everywhere about taking capacity offline when it's not being replaced in a reasonable and reliable way. Less than 2 weeks ago, what did our beloved president himself say when the topic of coal came up? You know, because we're going green. Yeah, what coal still exists, what coal generation capacity we still have, he vowed we're going to take it offline. We're getting rid of coal. No more coal. No more drilling. Biden comes right out and says it. But what's the plan to keep people cool in the summer and warm in the winter when you don't have the power? Like I said, things you can't make up. And there's your facts. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul has declared a state of emergency for parts of western New York ahead of a dangerous storm that had the potential to dump several feet of snow on some communities on the eastern ends of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. According to the National Weather Service, the worst snowfall is expected in Buffalo and might fall in some spots through Sunday. In advance of the storm, the NFL announced it would relocate the Buffalo Bills' home game to Detroit on Sunday. A federal judge in Florida has blocked a law pushed by Governor Ron DeSantis that restricts certain race-based conversations and analysis in colleges. The Tallahassee U.S. District Judge has issued a temporary injunction against the so-called Stop Woke Act. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com.
The 1878 to 1921 Morgan Silver Dollar, a true American classic and one of the most iconic silver dollar coins in history. It's been 100 years since the last Morgan Silver Dollar coin was struck for circulation. And now, for a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government struck Morgan dollars are being released to the public. That's right. You can own a full pound of 1878 to 1921 classic American Morgan Silver Dollar coins, all in very good collector condition with fully visible dates and mint marks. guaranteed. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure collector-grade U.S. Morgan silver dollars by the pound, struck during the Wild West and the Gilded Age. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $25, free with every order. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure your full pound bag of Morgan silver dollar coins before they are gone. 1-800-473-1745. That's 1-800-473-1745.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I got that message there, Pappy. I see that. You got the old wood-burning stove fired up. He said he's got a few logs on the fire. It's glowing bright orange. Looks like he's got the thermostat in his house set at like 72, but it's a toasty 80 degrees with that wood-burning stove. Obviously, your electric ain't having to come on right now, is it? How about that? Several years ago, I used to have a good-sized kerosene heater as a backup because we're in a location that's all electric. There's not even gas lines in the neighborhood I live in. I've mentioned that many times over the years. Home built in 1978. Yeah, the energy crisis of 78. They were going, everything's going to go electric, right? And yeah, so that's all we have. I had the kerosene. I think I gave that kerosene heater to somebody else that needed it, and I wish I had it back because I don't have a backup. Power goes out. Man, it's like, ain't got a fireplace, don't have a wood-burning stove. I need to make some preparations, don't I? Maybe a generator would come in handy if I could get my hands on fuel to keep the generator running. Ben Klein, the representative out of Virginia. I saved this from last week. I've got it going right in line with they're telling us the grid is going to be strained this winter. He said many Americans are in for a rough winter due to the soaring prices of heating oil, electricity, and gas. About a week ago, news came that the consumer price increases eased a bit to 7.7% in October compared to 8.2% in September. That's the inflationary numbers. Now, Klein's a member of the House Budget Committee. He said, quote, the worst inflation we're seeing right now is energy prices, gasoline, electricity, and home heating oil. We're going to see a 17% spike in prices there. That's coming at a time when the president is just about to end his raid on the gas reserve. And that's going to be a huge hit for gas prices and the home heating bills, especially in the Northeast. It's about to go through the roof, he said. Now, ask about the role inflation played on the midterm elections. He said, well, it was on the minds of voters in my district when they went to the polls. They were concerned not only that prices were going up, but that their wages weren't keeping up. When you're losing the equivalent of a month of salary because wages are not keeping up with the price hikes, that's a problem for working families. So putting food on the table, eggs, and the price of bacon is going through the roof. It's very difficult on families, and they have to put gas in their cars. I did say Americans' concern about the economy was responsible for Republicans' success in the midterms, but he warned it's going to be a rough winter for a lot of people, and they're hoping Congress can take some action when we can come in maybe in January and present this president with a bill that would open domestic drilling to increase the supply of energy in our country to bring prices down, not just sit on a steady increase that we're seeing right now. I don't know that the president would go along with that, though. They could present it to him, but he probably won't sign it because he is hell-bent and determined, stuck on this green agenda. It's all about the climate, right? He continues to double down and double down. So just because it's not spiking any more than it has doesn't mean that prices are coming down. That's what we need to address when Republicans take office in January. He did take aim at Democrats whose sole focus is all green answers. We're going to not only stop the flow of dollars that are flowing out of the Green New Deal and all the other programs that these Democrats have been funding for the past 2 years, but we're going to follow those dollars and hold this administration accountable because these hardworking taxpayer dollars are going to programs that the average taxpayer does not support. Pure and simple. All right, back at it here. Let's see. Is that Gilligan? Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. That was quick. I just called you just a few minutes ago. I'm a little shocked. Yeah, you kind of caught me off guard. Yeah, well, it's the same old, same old. I mean, we keep on hearing that they're going after Biden. They're going after Biden. I'll believe it when I see it. I mean, they said McCarthy is against going after him with an impeachment. Well, McCarthy is becoming the Speaker of the House. Am I correct on that?
He's been nominated, and they're saying he will not. I mean, the full House has to vote, when they come back in January. But I think there's no doubt that he'll get it.
Right, exactly. He really has no opposition. Yeah, I don't get this. I'll never get why we can't get new leadership in Congress. I mean, it's just the same old people over and over and over. I know I'm speaking to the choir because most of your listeners are on the same page on this stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tell you what, this cold snap is even hitting down here in North Carolina. I'm here in Greensboro, and it's down in the 20s even down here. I mean, it's just it's definitely hit. When I come through up there at the Speedway a little while ago, where I normally check in out there at Martinsville, it was 26. I tell you what, the wind's getting up. Yeah, but at least we're not in Buffalo. I'll tell you, I used to deliver up there at a grocery warehouse there in Lancaster. If I remember right, last night you reported they're supposed to get 63 inches of snow out of this storm.
Yes, sir. That's a lot, huh?
Yeah, I've been in there many a time. This come about from now until about May. There's snow piled up everywhere around there. I've been in that kind of weather up there. I mean, I've never gotten one of them types because it's but I tell you, it's a whole different world there around Buffalo. Why that large of a city is sitting right there in that snow band, I will never know. I've often wondered that. I've been there many times over the years. I guess maybe Niagara Falls is also, attracted a lot of businesses around there. I'm not real sure. Niagara Falls is something to see, that's for sure. I went up there when I was a teenager. It's a beautiful sight. If you've never been there, I'd encourage you to go, but I would go up there this weekend. You may not quite make it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Well, that's about all I got for now, Steve. And I appreciate you taking my call.
All right.
Just check in.
There you go. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, Friday morning, TGIF. It is 844-3388. Looking at some of the updates via AccuWeather. Kind of got the live blog thing going, updates on the lake effect snow. The National Guard on standby as Western New York prepares for record-setting snow. Plenty of snow removal equipment will be used to deal with the excessive snowfall, including truck-mounted snow blowers and dump trucks, according to the New York State Thruway Authority. We have experienced drivers. We face the heaviest snowfalls for the amount of traffic where we're located here. So I believe the drivers of our plows are the best in the country. Of course, Buffalo's mayor, Byron Brown, warning those in the city, prepare for what is not your typical Buffalo snow. Yeah, the normal snow plan, that's out the window with an event like this. Exercise patience, and the idea is, hunker down, stay home. Now, we talk about the warm waters of the Great Lakes as this very, very cold air for this time of year is what sets up this scenario for the incredible snowfall numbers. Just how warm is the water on Lake Erie? For lake effect snow to occur, cold air has to travel above the relatively warm water surface. Surface water temperatures at Lake Erie from the end of October till today has been hovering in the low to mid 50s, according to NOAA. Now, that's a far cry from the 70s, the high 70s that the surface water gets during the summer months. But the average for mid-November should be closer to the mid to upper 40s. Surface temperatures on Lake Erie and Lake Ontario are running about 5 degrees above normal for this time of year. Now, obviously, with all this cold air coming in, that's going to be changing pretty quick to bring it back down to normal. But forecasters typically look for a temperature differential of 23 degrees or more between the lake water temperature and the air at about 5,000 feet above the surface of the lake for this lake effect snow to develop. So that's what you've got. You got a big, big differential Yeah, what are the temperatures that are moving over those lakes? 50-plus degree water temperatures and some bitterly cold air. So that's why it's just all that moisture just jumps up into the atmosphere and comes back down in the form of snow. Let's get back to the calls here. Lines available at 844-844-3388. I think Eagle actually wanted to talk a little bit about the weather. Are you ready for some cold in Texas, Eagle?
Yeah. I talked to my girlfriend. Yeah, it's cold in Texas. Well, it's not as bad as Buffalo, but yeah, that's why I was calling. Yeah, Steve, that it goes back to what I was saying earlier about these Democrats. They elected that loser up there in New York, and now I just read on my phone while you had me on hold. She's telling you said the same thing, and they talking about it during the break. They telling truck drivers in New York State, up Buffalo area and other interstates that you are not allowed on the road. She's trying to say that these trucks jackknife and they shut down the interstate. But like you said before, how are they gonna get the supplies that they need there with the trucks not being able to operate? So she's like I say, that's a typical Democrat. They they're nothing but hypocrites, Steve. They don't want trucks on the road, but they don't seem to understand that these warehouses and grocery facilities are shut down without trucks. Like I said, that's why I was saying earlier, why do these people continue electing these people? The same people that say that we don't need the police force, Steve, those are the same losers out there. And now look what happened. The crime is out of control all over the United States. Baltimore, Maryland, Chicago, Los Angeles, Atlanta, Georgia. You can name all the major cities run by Democrats, crime out of control. They say they didn't want the police. What did they think was going to happen, Steve, when you started eliminating police jobs and started criticizing the law enforcement so people didn't even want to sign up? So now you got the streets out of control, and now they don't know what to do. And they did it to themselves. Like I said, the stupidity of these people is just unbelievable, Steve. The stupidity of these people. But like I said, never, like I say, I grew up in the North, Steve. I've driven in snowstorms and blizzards across that interstate in Erie, Pennsylvania, going across there. There's no reason to shut the interstate down until the storm actually hits. If it hits, then you shut the road down. You don't shut the road down before the storm hits. But like I say, that just shows you how much she knows about truck driving and the truck driving profession. So, like I said before, anybody that lives in New York City, I'm gonna tell you what that guy Sean Hannity says on his radio show every day. He's just counting down the time when he can get the hell out of New York City. That's all he talks about on his show. He said he's moving to Florida soon as he gets out of his contract with Fox. He said he's getting the hell out of New York City because the taxes are extraordinary, the crime is out of control. Anybody that lives in New York City, Steve, you got to be brain dead to live in New York City. So, like I said, Sean Hannity is one. He said that as soon as his contract expires with Fox, he's going to Florida, and I don't blame him to get the hell away from New York. But one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve, going back to the situation with Joe Biden, I hope that they throw the book at this guy, my man. I'm talking about. I hope that this guy here that Sean Hannity calls the Biden crime family. And don't forget about his son, Hunter Biden. I want him investigated, too. I want the whole Biden family investigated, Steve, because these are some crooked people, and they deserve to be investigated. But don't just investigate it. They need to do some prosecuting, because I want them to treat them the same way they treated Donald Trump, Steve. Joe Biden, he deserves it and a little bit more. So I hope that these people go ahead on and do this investigation. And I hope they find all kind of evidence against Joe Biden, enough to make him want to go either resign or either get impeached out of the White House. So that's another, like I told you about Nancy Pelosi, I'm tired of looking at Joe Biden's ugly face too. So hopefully they'll get rid of him and we can get rid of both of them losers, Pelosi and Biden. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Thanks again there, Eagle. I guess up in Northwest Ohio, you've seen these little critters running across the road, because there's thousands of them on the loose, apparently. Somebody sent me I hadn't heard about that, up in Van Wert, Ohio. Vandals freed thousands of mink at a rural farm in northwest Ohio, leaving an estimated 10,000 unaccounted for. According to the local sheriff, so many minks were killed crossing a nearby road that they had to bring a plow out to clear the carcasses away, says the Van Wert County Sheriff. The property owner initially estimated between 25 and 40,000 mink were released from their cages at Lion Farms. Employees at the farm were able to corral many of those that were still on the property about 15 miles from the Indiana state line. Now, he declined to discuss any potential motive or whether any suspect has been identified as they investigate. But one of the farm managers tells WANE-TV that someone left a spray-painted message of the letters ALF and the phrase, "We'll be back." Well, there's a group known as the Animal Liberation Front, ALF, that had previously claimed credit for releasing a much smaller number of mink at the same farm in incidents years ago. Calls to a phone number listed for the farm unanswered, not accepting messages. Sheriff's office initially warned residents to be cautious with their poultry flocks, or if you have small pets and koi ponds that they might attack. But then he later said the freed mink are considered domesticated, probably lack the skills to actually survive in the wild. But if you spot them, he said, do not approach them. Contact the farm or trappers for recapturing. Now, I did say residents who want to hunt or trap mink have to make sure they understand what related rules and exemptions apply in the area. So, man, 10,000 mink on the loose. It's 8 before the hour, and plenty of room for you. Kind of quiet on the phones. Big Sexy got you coming up next, after which it's wide open at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, we continue to hear that narrative from, I don't know, do you call them rhinos? Maybe not necessarily. Maybe that's not the term. Establishment politicians. You know, been in the game for years and years. They love that whole status quo thing. Now, I don't know much about him. I know the name, the governor there of Arkansas, Asa Hutchinson, said this past day that he's very seriously looking at a presidential run, though he's had in the ring, because it's time to move away from Trump. I guess it was a CNN interview, right? If that means anything. What does a successful Republican candidate in 24 look like? Hutchinson says, well, a successful candidate is someone who addresses the problems that faces America. I was in Iowa yesterday. People are concerned about the rising cost, excessive government spending. They want their lives back, their freedoms back, and that's the Republican message. This last midterm election was not a rejection of ideas. It was It was a rejection of specific candidates that weren't focused on the problems. So that's the candidates. Those are the ones that can win. I agree with, he said, the vice president, meaning Mike Pence. There's going to be a growing number of alternatives in 24 to Trump. To which he said, are you potentially one of those? And he said, absolutely. I'm looking at it very seriously. After the midterms, it is more intense, and it's kind of accelerated now. And after going to Iowa, I'm kind of encouraged that a governor who actually solves problems, who has a conservative, common-sense approach, can draw support and be a good alternative. So I am encouraged by that. I'm probably looking at January as a decision point. Asa Hutchinson. You're an Arkansas guy. What's Asa all about? Is he an establishment guy? Is he a good one? What do you think, Big Sexy?
I wouldn't really call him establishment, but he's not that great either. He needs to just keep his nose out of it. He don't stand a chance. Snowball and hell would stand a better chance than him.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I don't agree. I mean, he done all right as governor, but there's several things that he kind of went along with the other side on, and the state legislature had to override him on several things. So, he's been around for a long time. He was part of Homeland Security under Bush and all that. We don't need him.
Okay, I wondered. Well, that's why.
I'd rather vote for the one that's coming in for president. Our governor-elect for president than him.
That's why I shared that story before coming to you, because, like I said, I recognize the name, but I don't know much anything about the guy. So.
Yeah, no. I mean, no. We'd be better off with somebody like DeSantis or even Cruz and all that if it's not going to be, if everybody's going to, Trump ain't going to have support to do it. Of course, the primary is going to decide who the nominee is going to be anyway. But the reason I called you is that lake effect snow.
Yeah.
Did you see that tweet that I sent you, the screenshot of? Buffalo, New York, National Weather Service in 1 hour recorded 3.1 inches.
I sure did. So it's coming down big time.
Yeah, coming down. But yeah, that was the main reason I called. And last night, I missed part of the show. I've had a bunch of people tell me that there was somebody else from my neck of the woods up here called, and even mentioned me. He said he was in a neighboring county.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who that was. Yeah, somebody else down there in your area. Yes, sir.
I think they said he was up around Paragould, which wouldn't be the county over for me, because I'm actually in Poinsett County. The Jonesboro Sun out of Jonesboro, the Jonesboro is in Craighead County, but I'm in Truman, that's Poinsett County, which would be 2 counties below where Paragould, that's Greene County.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't hear that, and I didn't know what part of the show it was to go back and try to hear who it was.
I mean, if memory serves, it seems like it was somewhere like between 3 and 4, maybe, I think.
Mm. Well, I may try it. I was going to do it today, and I had a bunch of doctor's appointments and stuff. I may, maybe on Friday, I don't have much going on. I may listen to the podcast today and see if I can catch it. But that snow, that lake effect snow was the main reason I called. It looks like they're going to get snowed in pretty good. And that governor up there is out of her mind, talking about the truckers.
Yeah, wanting to moan and complain about it.
Yeah. I'll let you get on to your next call.
All right. Well, thanks for checking in, Big Sexy. You actually got to get to our news break here.
USA Radio News.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul has declared a state of emergency for parts of western New York ahead of a dangerous storm that had the potential to dump several feet of snow on some communities on the eastern ends of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. According to the National Weather Service, the worst snowfall is expected in Buffalo and might fall in some spots through Sunday. In advance of the storm, the NFL announced it would relocate the Buffalo Bills' home game against the Cleveland Browns to Detroit on Sunday. A federal judge in Florida has blocked a law pushed by Governor Ron DeSantis that restricts certain race-based conversations and analysis in colleges. The Tallahassee U.S. District Judge has issued a temporary injunction against the so-called Stop Woke Act in a ruling that called the legislation, quote, positively dystopian. The law prohibits teaching or business practices that contend members of one ethnic group are inherently racist and should feel guilt for past actions committed by others. Gabby Petito's parents have been rewarded $3 million in their wrongful death lawsuit against the parents of her fiancé and confessed killer, Brian Laundrie. Patrick Neely, who is the attorney for the Petito family.
Their beautiful daughter was taken from them. Not only that, they were denied the right to face the person who murdered their daughter. This just brings to a conclusion one chapter of what is going on.
Gabby's parents filed the civil lawsuit against the Laundries, according to court documents, which claimed that Chris and Roberta Laundrie were aware that their son murdered Petito and planned to help him evacuate the country. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
The judge who presided over Casey Anthony's murder trial does not believe her recent claims that her father, George, was responsible for the death of her 2-year-old daughter, Kaylee. Anthony was acquitted on charges that she killed Kaylee, but was convicted and spent time for lying to investigators. Anthony is featured in a new 3-part limited series, Casey Anthony, Where the Truth Lies, that will be available to stream on Peacock on November 29th. According to authorities, a mother has been arrested for allegedly allowing her son to get a tattoo at the age of 10. Police found out when the boy asked his school nurse for Vaseline to put on it. The 33-year-old mother from New York was arrested in October, according to a report from the New York Times. Since her arrest, she has been charged with endangering the welfare of a child.
Ticketmaster is canceling Friday's public sale of concert tickets for Taylor Swift's upcoming tour. The company cites an extraordinarily high demand on ticketing systems. It also says a cancellation is caused by an insufficient remaining ticket inventory to meet the demand the sale will generate. This comes as investigations have been launched into Ticketmaster for its handling of the sale of tickets for Swift's The Eras tour. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Well, yes, indeed. Here we go. For our friends in the Pacific time zone, welcome in Friday. TGIF. There you go. 18th day of November. Off and rolling here. So 3:08 Eastern. Good to have you on board. All points in between. As we head into a Friday, someone earlier brought up Twitter. Yeah, looking at the update from the New York Post, they say hundreds of Twitter employees apparently quit yesterday after Elon Musk gave them their ultimatum. Either you will commit to a hardcore work environment or you're out of here, fired. The reported exodus through Twitter into more turmoil as staffers and the social media giant were given till 5 o'clock this past day. The deadline to either sign Musk's workplace pledge. Now, the resignations were gleaned from internal Twitter communications, including a poll where 42% of 180 workers surveyed yesterday said they were taking the exit option. I'm free, according to Reuters News. Another 25% of employees said they were reluctantly choosing to stay, and only 7% actually clicked yes to stay. I'm hardcore. Now, that was a poll that appeared on the workplace app called Blind, which allows verified employees to share information anonymously, so you really don't know who's answering what, if they're being truthful or whatever. All right, in a private Slack group for the Twitter's current and former employees, about 360 people joined a new channel entitled Voluntary Layoff. Following the mass exodus, Twitter alerted workers that their offices will be closed until Monday, and their access badge will be cut until then. So nobody in and out, I guess. Security officers also began kicking employees out of the office this past evening. It's not clear how many workers actually quit or have decided to stick it out, opting to work long hours at high intensity, as Musk demanded. All right, Twitter's fallout comes as Musk slashed Twitter's workforce in half amid that controversial $44 billion takeover of the platform. All right, so some are trying to make it sound like, if you go to the Drudge Report, he's trying to allude to the fact, make it sound as though, Twitter may just go belly up. Kaput, gone. Ain't got nobody to keep the place running. Outside the headquarters in San Francisco, activists projected a ticker of insults aimed at Musk on the outside of the building. All right, Musk said on Wednesday he plans to spend less time with the social media platform and intends to find a new leader to run the company as it goes through a complete organizational overhaul. The hashtag RIP Twitter or Goodbye Twitter trending on the site. Musk doesn't seem to be all that concerned, and he actually sent out a tweet a little after 11 o'clock p.m. that said, and we just hit another all-time high in Twitter usage. LOL. Like people are using it. So I don't know. Obviously, you've got a lot of employees which would be considered, disgruntled? Yeah, I guess they've been operating in a kind of a lax work environment. They had thousands of them that had been working remotely from home since the whole pandemic thing started. And Musk said, no, it's time to go back to work. It's time to come back to the office. No more of this sitting at home, drinking martinis half the day, doing a half-assed job, which a lot of them were probably doing. So, yeah, we'll see where it ends. Hello, Captain Ron.
Hey, Mr. Sommers. Happy Friday.
How about
One day closer to the best day of the week.
I was going to say, my favorite day of the week, and it ain't Monday.
Well, it's 45 degrees here in northern Florida. I'm just south of the Georgia line. A little bit chilly in the shorts tonight.
Yeah. Somebody earlier said it was
Them poor babies,
42 degrees where they were. But what'd you say it is where you are?
45 right now.
Okay, yeah, it's chilly, yeah.
And I'm just south of the I-10 in 75. But it was 41 there in Valdosta a little while ago. But, man, them poor babies at Twitter you mean they have to go in and go to work now?
Yeah, isn't that a shame?
I told my boss I was going to work from home, and she told me to go pound sand. I don't know how that's possible, but I don't know if you touched on it or not. I missed some of the show, but the baseball denied Pete Rose's request to be considered for the Hall of Fame. I don't think he's going to make it in.
Not before he dies. No, I mean that's their
I don't
agenda.
think they're going to put him in before he dies.
Yep.
I don't see it happening, and that's too bad. I always thought he was the greatest baseball player all around, myself personally. But anyway, that's that. And that Tio family, I don't think they're going to see a dime of money from Brian Laundrie's family. I don't think they had two nickels to rub together. Maybe. I don't know I don't know how that works. You get a $3 million lawsuit against you. How do they collect their money? You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, it's like look at what Alex Jones. I mean, didn't they say They $400 and something million worth, and they're trying to sue for like $1 trillion. I mean, sure you can get a settlement, but they ain't going to get it. He ain't got it.
Right. What's the point? I don't know. What do I know? So, well, I ain't got much at all tonight. I was just gonna let you know it's pretty chilly down here. We're supposed to be down to 48 there in Clearwater this morning. So that's pretty chilly for us.
Yeah.
Sounds like you've got the same work schedule that I've got next week. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
Well, Sunday night. So yeah, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday morning. So each night.
Right.
So yep.
Right. Yeah, same. We work the same schedule, you and I. Off Friday night, Saturday night.
So you do a big turkey day blowout with the family and whatnot, or just?
Kind of low key. We go over to the daughters. My wife turned the cooking duties over to her for Thanksgiving, but I don't like it because I don't have any leftovers to eat.
Right.
That's the fun part. You got some big plans? You probably got the whole family coming together.
It's all going to be at the Sommers residence. I think we're going to have one of my wife's sisters and her husband from Georgia's coming up next Wednesday. And, of course, there'll be my mom and the kids, the grandkids. I think we're going to have like 16 in the house.
Wow. Well, I can't think of anything else that I've got tonight, so have a good weekend, and maybe I'll give you a call on the best day of the week.
There you go. We need that, Mondays especially. All right, well, thanks for checking in, Captain Ron. Have a great weekend. There you go. Well, speaking of Turkey Day, it's less than a week away, and AAA said 54 million Americans planning to travel this Thanksgiving. And when they say travel, if you're not going more than like 50 miles away from your home, that's not considering traveling. So, yeah. AccuWeather monitoring the potential for a pretty significant storm, bringing a slew of hazards, especially across the eastern USA. Heavy rain, snow, gusty winds next week. Yeah, the potential for holiday travel disruptions leading up to Thanksgiving. And those impacts may continue beyond the holiday as well. Now, the adverse weather, they tell us, will initially develop as two smaller storms form and travel thousands of miles, impacting millions of people around the holiday for the nation's midsection all the way to the East Coast. Travelers in parts of the Midwest and Northeast may need to factor in the potential for some wintry weather in their travel plans later next week. Now, for those getting a head start to the holiday travel coming up, say, between now and Monday, much of the country's going to be pretty quiet this weekend. Of course, not in the Northeast there. Yeah, few weather-related travel issues. But one of the ingredients for this significant storm is an area of low pressure beginning to impact travelers starting next Tuesday. Heavy rain and mountain snow moving into the northwest and western Canada. Yeah, this part of the storm is going to pack most of the energy needed for the bigger storm to form later in the week. Wednesday, that is the big travel day. The second ingredient, that's moisture from the Gulf of Mexico, will begin to spark showers and thunderstorms across eastern Texas and the lower Mississippi Valley. That's going to slow down your pre-Thanksgiving travel there from Houston to Dallas. Now, those two separate storms begin to come together into one larger storm over the Midwest, Mississippi, and Ohio valleys, and parts of the South on Thanksgiving Day, no less. Oh, boy. That's my part of the country, by the way. Thunderstorms packing torrential downpours make for a soggy Turkey Day from Lake Charles to New Orleans, Louisiana to Jackson, Mississippi. Snow showers will bring a wintry scene in slick roads for the Midwest, the Northern Plains, and Upper Midwest, Minneapolis and Duluth, Minnesota. Of course, while the strength and positioning of a developing storm are still uncertain, nearly a week out now, there is the potential for further strengthening to occur as this thing reaches the Atlantic coast about Friday. Kind of wonder, the Atlantic coast. Of course, if they can get your Thursday Thanksgiving Day parade in before the storm arrives on Friday, you may be okay there. Now, combined with a fresh push of cold out of Canada, we may be talking about a swath of snow kind of interrupting your post-Thanksgiving travel in parts of the Great Lakes and the interior Northeast from next Friday a week from today, into next weekend. All right, still several days out, and I would venture to say the forecast and the model predictions are going to change a bit between now and then. But back to the calls into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go. That's our number. Who was it there? Captain Ron brought up Pete Rose. I did not hear that he was that they rejected that request. I knew that he had sent the letter about a week ago, kind of pleading with them, hey, I'm 81 years old. I've said I'm sorry, time after time after time. You don't know how sorry I am, but I'd really like the opportunity to be alive. I'd like to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. So, they're not going to give him the satisfaction. It's just, now Seen Unseen kind of chimed in regards to that. Said, Babe Ruth, he said, was the greatest player ever. Pete Rose is also one of the all-time greats, but you've got feminized, jealous men that deny him out of spite. I don't support these leagues any longer. All right, there you go. Yeah, undoubtedly one of the best. But all right, who we got up next here? Not seeing a name on the line. Who's on board? Happy Friday.
Hello?
Hey there, who we got?
Oh, this is Buckshot.
Well, good morning, Buckshot. Happy Friday. What's happening?
Hey, I wish everybody quit saying Happy Friday. It's only Tuesday for me.
Oh, sorry about that.
we got to go until at least Monday night, but that's all right. We're going to be off until the following Tuesday once we get done.
Get a little Thanksgiving break in.
Yeah, I'm going to leave town for a few days, get away from everything.
Uh-huh.
But anyway, I was sitting down at the computer yesterday on the website, getting ready to order my stuff. I got that shopping cart full, and they must have been reading my mind, because about the time I go to check out, I got that damn coupon code come across. So it come across right at the right time.
Well, that's a good thing, right?
Yeah, I actually went back and looked it over again and picked up a few more things on top of that.
There you go.
After I got that.
Uh-huh.
But it all worked. So I just want to call and say appreciate it. It was well worth it for me.
That's
so
good. That's good to hear, yeah.
I would give it a try and see how it works. Going to pass some of it along to a couple other people. See if I can get them on board with it. I'm sure they'll appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Use
yeah.
it.
That's some of that word of mouth and sharing. That's some of the best advertising you get. If people have confidence that you'll give good advice, they'll try it and they'll say, "Hey, I'll be darned, this stuff really works."
Yeah, that's the plan anyway. But that's all I really had for you tonight. Just calling in to say appreciate it. We got it. We're good to go.
All right. Well, I'm glad to hear it, and thank you for checking in. And, of course, you got to give us a follow-up somewhere down the line. Let us know how things worked out for you.
Well, I plan on it.
Good deal. All right.
All right. Well, enjoy your weekend, and I'll be out here working. So.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, have a great Thanksgiving when you get around to your time off there for your little Thanksgiving break. All right, it's 844-3388. Yeah, I got a couple calls online. This call screener thing ain't doing the best job of picking up voices this morning, apparently. Real quick like those, we head towards the news break. Bottom of the hour, just about a minute away. Remember Carrie Lake, she's technically not conceded. Carrie Lake. She may indeed lose her race for governor of Arizona. But several people, I'm trying to recall, I think Pappy was the first one that suggested to me that Carrie Lake, especially if she were to become governor of Arizona, he said, you can about mark my words, she's going to be the pick for vice president by Donald Trump. And I thought, well, I don't know. I don't know much about Carrie Lake, but since the midterm, been kind of following, and I've seen more of her interviews and whatnot. But I thought, how about this? This past day, they said she traveled yesterday to Mar-a-Lago. Yes, to Trump's Mar-a-Lago club in Florida, according to several people familiar with the activity. One said she received a standing ovation when she entered the luncheon hosted at the club by the America First Policy Institute. All right.
USA Radio News.
The Uvalde officer who was leading the city's police department during the hesitant law enforcement response to an elementary school shooting that killed 19 children and 2 teachers has stepped down. This is according to a city spokeswoman. Lieutenant Mariano Pargas, who was already on leave, retired Thursday after 18 years working for the city. His retirement will be immediate, but the city is still processing the paperwork. Pargas is the second police leader to leave law enforcement in the fallout since the massacre in May, which hundreds of officers waited more than an hour to confront the gunman inside a classroom at Robb Elementary School. His retirement comes ahead of a Saturday meeting at which the city council was set to consider firing him. This is USA Radio News.
If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in taxes, please listen to this important message. The IRS is aggressively hiring and quickly ramping up their tax collection team. Act now and protect yourself with a call to Tax Alliance. Don't let the money you owe the IRS keep you up at night and ruin your life. You may be surprised at how much having Tax Alliance on your side can protect you from the IRS collections and help you save thousands on what you owe. Here's what a customer had to say.
Tax Alliance did an amazing job helping me through a quite difficult situation, saving me tens and thousands of dollars that I would have been paying for many years to come.
Tax Alliance is rated A+ with a Better Business Bureau with no consumer complaints. If you owe the IRS at least $10,000 or more in back taxes, have unfiled returns, or have a payment plan and are still frustrated, call Tax Alliance now for a free consultation. 800-987-1097. 800-987-1097. That's 800-987-1097.
Tax Alliance, your tax resolution solution.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, get back to the calls here momentarily. Miss Carrie Lake, so she shows up at Mar-a-Lago. Any significance there? They were holding something called Gala and Experience at Trump's Club yesterday and today as well, Friday. The agenda says the event's aim is to ensure that policies are prepared and finalized for new sessions of Congress. and the State House. Kari Lake, as I mentioned, has not conceded defeat. But the visit to Mar-a-Lago while counting continues signals that she's already taking steps to maintain her profile in the former president's orbit. Her support also could prove consequential, they say, for Trump, who launched his campaign under some criticism for his role in the underwhelming performance in the midterms. It depends on who you ask. Is Trump to blame? Is Mitch McConnell to blame? I think there's a lot more than Trump in the picture, but she kind of molded her bid for governor on Trump's campaigns. She speaks to the former president regularly, according to the current and former campaign advisors. Trump supposedly called her campaign's war room last weekend, expressing his disbelief that Republicans were trailing in the vote count there, and expressed his support for her and other GOP candidates. But maybe Pappy was on to something. We'll see about that. All right, back to the phones here. Who we got on board this time around? Good morning. Hello. All right, whoever it was, maybe they gave up. Let's see if Horse Feathers is on board. Let's try that. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Oh, I guess I got to call Buckshot tomorrow and do the Mike thing for him, huh?
Yeah, right, because that'll be his Wednesday, yeah.
Yeah. So anyways, So the governor in New York there doesn't think that there ought to be trucks on the highway there when there's winter weather.
Inclement weather, yes.
So what are we going to do? We're going to close New York for the winter? I mean, they just going to put the close sign out there, or just say we don't need any trucks now, so everybody stay home? I don't know how all the grocery stores are going to deliver all their stuff, but maybe they can go back to, maybe the Amish can go up there and save them with their horse and buggies there. They can go out and do all the deliveries with horse and wagon.
Right.
So it's the way they used to do it in the old days there. So, but they'll have a little they drain the Erie Canal in the wintertime. They take it down. There's only like 2 foot of water in the bottom of the Erie Canal through the wintertime. So they aren't going to be able to be towing the barges across there with the mules to get all the goods and supplies from Albany there at the Hudson River back out to Buffalo. See, there's where Buffalo's at, Your Honor. That's at the other end of the Erie Canal.
You're right.
That's one of the reasons. Exactly. You get down there through Lockport and Niagara Falls and that, and Buffalo's right down there at the other end of the Erie Canal. So there's a lot of east-west traffic that went, between the New York Thruway and the rail lines and US 20 and New York State Route 5 runs from east to west all the way across there.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of reason for Buffalo to be where it's at. But you're thinking about your kerosene heater there now. Now I don't know what the deal is with kerosene here, but I got my little fuel stop I go to, and for quite a while, kerosene price has been at $7.99.9 a gallon, $8 a gallon. So in the last month, it seems like every time I go in there, which is usually about twice a week, the kerosene price jumps from $7.99 down to $6.99, and the next time I go in there, it's $7.99, and it keeps bouncing back and forth between the two. But either way, I think that would be a pretty salty bill for you to be running a kerosene heater there, trying to burn kerosene at either $7 or $8 a gallon, wouldn't it?
Yeah, back when I used that kerosene heater, I think I was paying $3 a gallon.
Now, that's what I was thinking, somewhere $2-3 a gallon, for that number one fuel oil. So anyways there, but I don't know, I'm kind of like everybody else here, kind of everything's just kind of riding along here. I did see that Facebook posting there from that fire department that talked about that car fire for the Tesla up there on on Interstate 80 there that I forget, they had 4 or 5 tanker trucks out there, 2,000 gallon or 2,500 gallon tanker trucks hauling water to it for I don't know how many hours, trying to at least keep it maintained and contained and whatever they could do to try to extinguish it. But pretty much without taking those things and pushing them into a pond or into a river or something, or digging a hole and submersing them, there isn't a whole lot of way to put them out.
Yep.
And just pretty much let it burn until about the only thing recognizable might be the wheels left on it. But yeah, I did see that. I was gonna try to get back to it there and send it to you. And as I found with Facebook there, if you don't do something with Facebook when you first initially see it and you want to go back to it, 9 times out of 10 you can't go back and find what you wanted to go back for. So I don't know what their algorithm does, but somehow or another it puts it in the non-available category or delete or something. I don't know where it goes, but it goes in the unable to find category. I know that. So what do you think there, Twitter? You think it's a good thing to have the people come back in, or this remote working, is this gonna be a thing of the past now? So,
well,
anyways, I didn't get a chance
for Twitter. For Twitter, it's going to be. I mean, he said, we got the office space. Here's your cubicle. Come back to work. Yeah, you remember when all this work from home stuff first got started? I remember sharing some stories. They were doing like polls and surveys. How many people working from home have yourselves a little drink there midday or whatever? And it was, not surprising. A lot of people, drinking cocktails and whatnot while they're working.
Yeah, well, they're the same ones that all go out for the hour and a half lunch hour and do the same thing at the office too. So I mean,
I guess
it's not much different other than the fact they're doing it at home in their pajamas. They're doing it at home in their jammies. So, but anyways, so Thursdays. Sorry about not getting a chance to give you a call yesterday, but I was already snoozing by the time you gave me an email there. But we've been running up to Philly there. We got appointment we got to take care of a couple times, a couple weeks in a row and get a week off, and then go back another couple weeks in a row up there in Philly. So around the suburbs there, the outskirts of Philadelphia, probably 30 miles out of Philly, and they are building houses and townhouses and row houses and single family homes all stacked one on top of another. And if somebody's in one and sneezes, their neighbor wipes their nose because they don't know who it was that sneezed. And right now, these homes are still being constructed, not even being lived in yet. And there's just hundreds of them, thousands of them being built all in this area up here. It's right off of US 1, where Wawa is based, Media, Pennsylvania. So anyways, it's about 25, 30 miles, maybe 30 miles west of Philadelphia, but it's a pretty good part of town. I mean, as far as financial wise, they're going to be $500,000, $750,000 homes, and there's just all kinds of them being built. But when you're on US 1 in that area, at rush hour, you're in from there. It takes you at least an hour to get to downtown Philly. That 30 miles. It takes you at least an hour, maybe an hour and a half. And God forbid there's an accident, you'll be half the day getting into Philly, because the only way to go in is through on the surface streets from that point, because the expressways are just completely just jam packed. You can't be on 476 or 76 or 95 because they're already jam packed, and pretty much all the other side roads and everything are. So my wife's like, what are all these people going to do when they buy these houses? How are they going to go to work? And I said, well, you just keep getting ready for the rest of the Green New Deal. It's going to be mass transportation. Everybody's supposed to ride a bus or ride a train, drive their flying car until they fill the skies up. But they aren't worried about the infrastructure of how to actually get people to move. And I don't know what they're planning on doing on the weekends and all that, because I'll tell you what, that area up there, along with a lot of other areas I've seen, has not slowed down one bit. I mean, people are still out, shopping every day, going out to buy food every day, going to the convenience stores, going to the fast food places every day to get their meals, and nothing is slowing down. And you wonder why the inflation's still going up. If spending doesn't slow down, inflation is going to just keep ramping up until the Fed is going to increase another 0.75 or 1% here next time they convene and decide to do that, and then interest rates will be up more, and then houses will cost more, and cars will cost more, and people with credit card debt won't be able to pay off their credit card debt, and I don't know. You don't know where it's all going to go or where it's all going to end up, but I don't know. Maybe we'll just give the reins over to the other side there, Your Honor, and just let them nosedive it right into the ground. Just take it full speed, nosedive right into the ground, and crash it all, and just start again. Maybe that's what we need to do, is just start all over again from nothing. Let it nosedive right in. What do you think?
Yeah, when the crash occurs, though, they're not going to take responsibility. It's going to be somebody else's fault. It's Trump's fault.
Guaranteed. And if it's not Trump, they definitely will have somebody else to be blaming it on.
There's always another fault.
But I don't. So I don't know where else you can have it go to at this point, though. So anyway, but anyways, guess that's about what we got going for you. Chilly here, 33 degrees in your nation's capital. So other than that, you can see the moon up there, but that's about what we got for you.
All right. Well, have a good morning, good weekend. And if you're out there working, at least early next week, we'll chat then, right? Now, he did not win the big jackpot, but there was a truck driver that won $1 million in the lottery after he bought some tickets on a whim in Oregon this month. Going back on November 7th, 82-year-old Brooks Keeby bought $10 worth of Powerball tickets on a whim. The jackpot was going up, right? The following day, one of his tickets turned out to be a match for all 5 numbers, but he missed the Powerball. You know what? $1 million. I'll take it. Said he's going to use the money to pay his property taxes, buy his wife a used Cadillac, and fund the rest of his retirement. They asked if he was disappointed that he didn't win the big jackpot. He said, "I'm not greedy. What the hell? I'll take $1 million, right?" At 82 years old, that'll go a long, long way in funding that retirement there. All right, then, horse feathers brought up the road closures there in New York that all kicked in like 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. There was some drone video that captured a rest stop off I-90 there in New York. I mean, just packed with big rigs as the big winter weather event was about to unfold. And, of course, the commercial vehicle traffic ban was about to be implemented. Video shared by Live Storms Media. In the video, you can see the semis stuffed into the parking lot as the winter storm descends. And the way things are literally packed and stacked, there's trucks, tons of them that are pretty much locked in. You're not going anywhere until the rest of these other trucks move. So I guess they're hunkered down for the duration of the storm there. But as far as the road closures, there's a proverbial laundry list. I-190 from Route 62 to I-90, the full length of I-290, full length of 990, full length of Route 33, full length of Route 400, the Buffalo Skyway, Route 5, the full length of that. I-81 from exit 33 to the Canadian border. Trucks can only use the right lane there. All right, and there's several others in the mix, but those travel bans are in place until further notice. With our blockbuster Lake Effect Snow event, it is 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
And one other industry headline from CDL Life. We had touched on the crash last weekend that involved the semi-truck and the bus. And the hearing for the truck driver involved in that crash, school bus full of high schoolers, had to be postponed because they got to find an interpreter. No speak of the English. Truck driver Victor Santos was scheduled for his initial hearing this past day for the crash that took place in Indiana last weekend. That hearing is now postponed until Monday, the 21st, due to the need for an interpreter so that Santos can understand the charges that are being brought against him. Santos is facing 26 felony counts, 22 of which are for criminal recklessness while armed with a deadly weapon, along with 4 counts of causing serious bodily injury while operating a vehicle. Officers were on their way to intercept the semi-truck after receiving multiple reports of a rig driving recklessly. Before they caught up with him, the accident occurred. 16 were hurt in that incident. Police said they could smell alcohol on Santos at the time of the wreck, that his eyes looked red and glossy, and his speech was slurred and slow. Blood alcohol content was 0.13 that evening after having blood drawn at the hospital. So several hours, I would presume, had probably passed. He was well above the 0.13 when that crash had occurred. All right, is that Jay Bird? Happy Friday, Jay Bird. What's happening?
Sounds like you're ready for the weekend.
Yeah, I'm always ready for the weekend.
I got a little suggestion for you for some alternative heat.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of the My Buddy? Have you ever heard of a My Buddy heater?
I have not, no.
It's a propane heater, and when I took my little trip in my rowboat down to Florida from North Carolina, we left in the winter time, so that's kind of how I discovered this thing. But they've got a smaller version called the Little Buddy, and then they've got the regular version. It's called the regular My Buddy. But they're kind of like a space heater, but they sit on the floor.
Yeah.
And you can take,
the green, like the Coleman stoves that you use for camping, the 1 pound cans. That's what they generally run on. But you can also hook them straight up to a propane tank. And what I do is I bought one for the house too now, and I actually refill. I bought me about 8 of those green cans, the propane cans for heating. And then once they ran empty, I just take and refill them now with a propane. I take like a 20 pound propane like you would use for your grill.
Yeah.
And I just refill those canisters up. And on high, they'll last about 3 hours, but on low, they'll last about 6 hours. I'm going to tell you what, man, them things will run you out of the room. I mean, they put some heat out. So it's just a little alternative. I mean, generator's great. They're a little pricey, but I think those My Buddies, they're not too bad. And I don't know what propane is in your neck of the woods, but I can fill a little 20 pound bottle, 30 pound bottle up for like $20 at the house. So and that's a lot of propane, and it's cheap. It's pretty cheap, and I just use it to kind of work with my electric heat too when it gets a lot colder than it is now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might want to check into that.
So you
though.
can,
Just,
but you
it's
can
a lot better than kerosene.
You can actually hook them up to the 20 pound tank like you got on the grill, though.
Yeah, you can. I mean, I wouldn't bring the tank inside, obviously. I mean, you can, but anytime you're running a little bit of a risk there. But if I had it on the sailboat, that's what I did. I ran mine straight from a 20 pound tank to my heater on the inside of the boat. But at the house, what I do is I just take and when my little green canister, 1 pound canister goes empty, I just refill those. Because like I said, they last several hours, just depending on if you got it on high or low. But yeah, you can hook it right straight to a propane tank. And they work great, man. I mean, you take one, and I would say 2 of them, and you could at least keep the chill broke pretty good. And yeah, they do a real good job and burn real clean. As with anything else, there's always a chance of CO2. These things burn so clean, you don't really have to vent it, stuff like that. They're awesome. They're awesome. But
what are those little?
Yeah, 35 degrees here.
What are those little green canisters running? Those Coleman camping canisters running? They $5, $6 a piece nowadays.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much they are now. I'm sure they've gone up, but yeah, they probably. Yeah, I would say that. But after you get you a few of them, though, you can just. That's what I read, and you'll hear all kinds of stories. But you can go on YouTube and check it out.
Yeah,
they're fine. I mean,
okay, all right. I pulled it up on the website here, but yeah, hold that thought.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The Uvalde officer who was leading the city's police department during the hesitant law enforcement response to an elementary school shooting that killed 19 children and 2 teachers has stepped down. This is according to a city spokeswoman. Lieutenant Mariano Pargas, who was already on leave, retired Thursday after 18 years working for the city. His retirement will be immediate, but the city is still processing the paperwork. Pargas is the second police leader to leave law enforcement in the fallout since the massacre in May, which hundreds of officers waited more than an hour to confront the gunman inside a classroom at Robb Elementary School. His retirement comes ahead of a Saturday meeting at which the city council was set to consider firing him. Nancy Pelosi is stepping down from leadership but will remain in Congress. Senator Mitch McConnell has been reelected as the GOP leader in the upper chamber. During a press conference, he stated that he will be staying out of the presidential election.
The way I'm going to go into this presidential primary season is to stay out of it. I don't have a dog in that fight. I think it's going to be a highly contested nomination fight with other candidates entering, and it's all going to be quite good for you all to cover.
Hundreds of homes in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania are being evacuated after a gasoline tanker carrying about 6,000 gallons of gasoline and diesel fuel overturned, according to police. The Bethlehem Fire Department, along with the Department of Environmental Protection and other agencies, came on the scene to determine the extent of the spill. This is USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need, 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE, 833-34-BIBLE.
Starbucks workers at more than 100 U.S. stores are on strike in their largest labor action since a campaign to unionize the company's stores began late last year. The walkout coincides with Starbucks' annual Red Cup Day, when the company gives free reusable cups to customers who order a holiday drink. Workers say it's often one of the busiest days of the year. Workers say they're seeking better pay, more consistent schedules, and higher staffing levels in busy stores. Starbucks, who opposes the unionization effort, said it is aware of the walkouts and respect its employees' right to lawfully protest. Tyson Fresh Meats has recalled about 93,697 pounds of raw ground beef products, saying it may be contaminated with, quote, extraneous materials, specifically reflective mirror-light material. This was announced by the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Food Safety and Inspection Service. The effective ground beef was produced on November 2nd and shipped to retail locations in Texas, including H-E-B grocery stores. The agency and company told customers not to eat the contaminated ground beef. There have been no confirmed reports of injury or illnesses from the recalled beef. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-631-9123. 800-631-9123. That's 800-631-9123.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
There you go, back for our final hour here on a Friday. Doughboy, thank you. Doughboy sent me just sent me an email talking about the My Buddy or the portable heater, the Big Buddy. Got a big buddy and a little buddy. And yeah, those little propane tanks I asked about. The 1 pound canisters. Sent me a link like via Amazon. It's like $5.47 for 1 can, $9.87 for a 2-pack. If you're going to use that heater on a pretty regular basis, you'll be burning through a lot of cans, those little cans of propane. That could get kind of expensive, couldn't it?
Yeah, that's pretty expensive. That's why I like to refill them. That's pretty cheap. You know, you fill up a 30-pound bottle and you can fill that sucker up. You can fill a whole lot of cans up pretty cheap for $20, you know.
I didn't know you could. I didn't know you could. I didn't know you could transfer from from your gas grill for your grill. You could use that canister to fill up the smaller cans.
Yes, sir. That's what I do. If you're going to do it, like I say, you can hook it. You can't get a gas line and hook it directly up. And I don't mean the hard line. They make soft lines. And you can hook it directly to your bigger tank. Or if you're going to fill your smaller cans up, what you do is you turn it upside. You take your 20-pound tank, turn it upside down, and then fill your, your small little Coleman can with it that way. And I don't weigh mine, but I mean, if you want to get technical, you just get you a scale and you offset it so that you know when you've got a pound in there, and bam, you're good to go.
Huh, interesting. Okay.
A lot cleaner than kerosene. Cheaper once you get your little cans, or maybe somebody can give you some cans. But the whole trick is just getting the cans. So that's your cost up front. And I don't know what those heaters run now, but they were fairly cheap actually a couple of years ago. But that, like everything else, everything's gone up.
Yeah, he sent me a link to that as well from Amazon. It's like I don't know, Amazon got a Black Friday deal, $74 for the Mr. Heater portable buddy. Then he's got the little buddy for $64 for the little one.
Yeah, it's worth every penny. I'm telling you, I like it. I like mine. But it's 37 degrees on the turnpike here in New Jersey. It's kind of fluctuated depending on my proximity to the water. And the coldest I've seen was on 301 just north of Annapolis. I think it got down to 33, so not too bad. But I'll be up there around Albany and Syracuse Saturday or Sunday and Monday. So we'll see how that goes.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that's they're getting snow all the way over. I mean, there's one batch like between Ithaca and is it Oneta, whatever that is.
Onata, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, coming off Lake Erie,
up that Sunday Onata,
south of Buffalo, all the way over to south of Syracuse.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm headed to the city right now, and I'm going to head back to the Carolinas and then go to Albany and do all that I just told you. So
Good
I feel like I
times.
might be having fun, but maybe it'll be winding down by the time I get there.
Yeah.
But enjoy your weekend, Steve.
All right, thanks for checking in. Good to hear from you twice in 1 week. That doesn't happen often with Jaybird. There you go. All right. Yeah, of course, we all tuned in if you were with us for the launch, the Artemis launch the other morning. I was pretty fascinated by that, and we carried the live coverage of the launch. And as I was listening in prior to the countdown clock had stopped a little after 10 o'clock p.m. And for nearly an hour, they had to stop. They had the leak. Now comes the story. Not all space heroes wear space suits. Sometimes they wear hard hats. NASA's $4.1 billion SLS rocket was sitting there on pad 39B at the Kennedy Space Center there Tuesday ahead of the launch when sensors detected yet another fuel leak. Of course, such leaks were the problem with several previous launch attempts. And when this leak came up during the countdown, it seemed to many that, oh no, here we go again, another scrubbed launch. And I was really beginning to think that was going to take place. Or even worse, going to have to roll it back to the assembly building. But that's not what ultimately happened, as the spectacle in the Florida skies early Wednesday morning proved, as the world watched to see if this fuel leak could be repaired. Mission managers made a risky decision that evening. They ended up sending what they call a red crew, a specialized team of technicians, to what engineers call zero deck, right there at the base of the fueled rocket, to try and stop the hydrogen leak. Now, I mean, you've got the leak of liquid hydrogen. I mean, the concern is, any sort of spark could have just, sent this thing up into a ball of flames. The unsung heroes were able to pull off the daring repair, and just hours later, Artemis 1 was on its way to the moon. One of the Red Crew members said, although it was kind of terrifying to be there beneath the fueled rocket, we just focused on the job at hand. I'd say we were very focused on what was happening up there, but just making sure we knew what was happening, because this rocket, it's alive. It's creaking. It's making venting noises. It's pretty darn scary. So when you're there on zero deck, I can tell you my heart was pumping. My nerves were going, but we showed up today. He and two other crew were sent to the mobile launch platform at the base of the rocket to tighten down what they call packing nuts, hardware that helps form a tight seal on the replenishment valves that the liquid hydrogen was pumped into. Now, because hydrogen is such a small molecule, they say it manages to find its way out of even the tightest seals, meaning NASA has to keep replenishing the hydrogen fuel tanks throughout the launch countdown, even after the main fueling is complete. But as that launch window was ticking down, when we arrived, they said we actually could see these nuts were visibly loose. According to the statement from the launch commentator, nerves made of steel, right? The Red Crew performed admirably, tightened those nuts, and ultimately we had liftoff a few hours later. But I remember listening to that commentary, and I heard him say, You're saying you can visibly see that those nuts are loose? And they said, yep. All right, Steve in Florida. Hey, what's happening? Happy Friday.
Hey, good Friday to you, Steve. Captain Ron's still listening. He's going to run into a few sprinkles. I was about 2 hours south of him. But down by Tampa, it was raining a little bit and 56 degrees, so not too bad. But as I'm going further north, down to 45 right now, heading to Jacksonville, and a little cool for shorts, but I'm not giving up, Steve. I haven't put the long pants on yet.
Yeah, I hear you. Die hard.
Yeah. Yeah, that was an interesting story about those NASA mechanics. Pretty cool. Speaking of crashes, Steve, did you see that one that happened yesterday in L.A. with those police officers, the recruits?
Oh, where the wrong way driver. I don't think I even touched on that story, but yeah, like 21, they were out there doing their jogging. Did you hear anything further? Did they determine was that an intentional act? Because they're saying that there were no skid marks or anything. Like some were saying it seemed like he was accelerating through them.
Yeah, it was deliberate, Steve. That's what I heard a little while ago. Some 20-year-old kid, last name Gutierrez. So who knows if he was even
right,
you know,
legally in the country.
Yeah. But yeah, he ran into the guys in the front of the formation were able to get away. The New York Post had the video on it. I think I sent it to you early this afternoon. But yeah, it was horrific. Some camera in a guy's yard caught the whole thing on camera, and then you could see the guy slamming into the light post. And I guess when they approached the car, he still had his foot on the accelerator.
Really? Wow.
Yep. Just horrible. And I guess 5 guys are in critical condition, and a couple guys lost limbs. You know, the fractures were so bad in their legs.
Yep.
It's a horrible thing that somebody would do that. Just unimaginable. So, you know, Steve, how have you ever seen or watched? I didn't even know he was still on TV anymore, but Steve Bannon's got that show, The War Room. Have you ever seen it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I'll tell you, I love that guy, Steve. He exposes so much stuff. I've been watching it every afternoon that I found it on my smart TV on the app, and he exposes a lot of stuff. But you know how they had that one of them leaders in Congress came out yesterday and was talking about how they're going to go after Joe Biden and they're going to investigate and get down to the bottom of everything.
Correct. Comer there in Kentucky.
And yeah. Well, did you notice right after that, Steve, all the Democrats were up in arms? We can't have 2 more years of these investigations. We can't go through this. We have to concentrate on inflation. Right? Did you hear that?
No, I actually went to bed before they finished with that conference. All I know is Nancy Pelosi was slated to come up next. And I told my wife at the time, I said, guarantee you Nancy Pelosi's going to say she's done.
Yep, they were all up in arms, Steve. No more investigations. Isn't that hilarious?
How about that? Yeah.
You know, I mean, the last 4 years, they've got nothing done except investigation after investigation after investigation, right?
Correct. Absolutely.
But now all of a sudden, when now it's the Republicans' turn, and you know, now they want to focus on the country, inflation. You know, it's just what a hypocrites these people are. Same with McConnell. You know, we talked about him last night. Today, I heard a clip. He's on the Senate floor, and guess who he's blaming for inflation, Steve?
Who?
The Democrats. Mitch McConnell.
Mm-hmm.
Mitch McConnell is saying that the Democratic spending is out of control, and that's why we have this inflation, and we got to put a cork in this, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, Steve, but when that infrastructure deal was trying to get passed through the Senate, didn't Mitch McConnell vote for that? with 13 other reprobates?
I know there were, a number of Republicans that voted for it. I'd have to go back and look exactly who did. Yeah, that was the Inflation Reduction Act.
That was the infrastructure package. The phony infrastructure package.
Okay, right.
That's what that was. That was the first one. I think it was like $2.5 trillion or something. And then there was the other one, the rescue package, which was another fraud of a bill. But he voted for all of that, Steve. And here he is, touting that, he's some hero that, oh yeah, I'm against this inflation, we got to curb this stuff. And he voted for the crap, because they needed the 60 votes. So he got 13 of his, Rhino friends together, Murkowski and Collins and all of them, Thune and Cornyn, and just unbelievable. But they just talk out of both sides of their mouths, So you got any big plans for the weekend?
I think the princess has my big plans laid out. We're going to have to be cleaning everything up to get ready for Turkey Day. We got to got to make the house. Got to make the place look like nobody lives here.
So how many people are you having for dinner?
I believe it's going to be like 16.
That's a good crowd.
It's a pretty good number. And
we just got a couple.
And we ain't got a big place either.
Yeah.
It's pretty tight quarters, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, we got a couple neighbors coming over, this older couple that lives across the street. They don't really have any family around, and our family's all up in Chicago area, which I'm glad I don't have to deal with that anymore, Steve, after listening to what's going on up there in that neck of the woods. I'm done with the snow. I'm so happy about that. But anyway, I was going to talk to you about that Carrie Lake a minute. Steve Bannon's had her on about 3 times, and I'll tell you, she's fantastic. She really is a sharp lady. I guess she was a news anchor in Arizona for quite a long time. Now she's gotten into politics, and I'll tell you, Steve, she is really a really good MAGA candidate. She really embraces all of Trump's policies, and she's a big Trump supporter. And I think she'd be a great pick. I mean, she's got a lot of charisma. She's very smart. I think she's really sharp, and she's pretty hot looking too. Donald Trump, he always seems to pick, the the hot ones. Let's just say. But yeah, I think her or that governor from South Dakota, man, at Kristi Noem, she's really a sharp gal. The cowgirl up there, she would really make a great vice president too. I think, to try to get the vote for the women, get these women on the conservative side. But yeah, that Carrie Lake, man, I like her. So what's going on in Arizona? That's still not over,
Yeah, Carrie has not conceded, but I don't know that I don't see a path where she's going to get the numbers to come back and take the lead again. So. Yeah, there was one other. Who's that little firebrand girl out of Colorado? Boebert, I believe is her name. Boebert. I think that one's gonna. She's actually ahead. Now, that would be another Republican House seat being retained. She's only up by like 1,000 and some votes. I mean, it's going to come to a recount there on Boebert. Let me see. Meanwhile, I did a quick search there because I wanted to double check, make sure on that infrastructure bill, who were the 13 Republicans that voted along with most of the Democrats. There were actually a handful. I think there were 6 Democrats that broke from the party and voted against that bill. And most of that was the likes of the squad, Tlaib, Omar, AOC. But the 13 Republican, Mitch McConnell was not actually on the list of those who did vote for that. Let's see. 13 Republicans. I'm sorry, this is in the House side. That's not the Demo. That's not the Senate side. All right, he probably would be. I'll double check the Senate. But they had to get the 13 in the House that went along with most of the Democrats for the infrastructure bill. Hey, Scarecrow checks in. Morning, Scarecrow. What's happening? All right. Yeah. Maybe that's why Steve just kind of disappeared like magically there. I believe the phones decided to disconnect, and we will reconnect. Uh-huh. I thought that's what happened. All right. So it'll hook back up here momentarily. So you can jump back in if we lost you there, Scarecrow, or maybe hanging in there. It may come right back in. It is 844-844-3388. All right, Scarecrow, we got you there?
Okay, welcome back.
That was kind of weird, wasn't it?
Yeah, the other Steve, too, is wondering, well, what the hell happened here? We got radio silence here, but I guess as long as you got it figured out, that's all that really matters, huh?
The phone line's disconnected. Now, was he still on the line? Was he trying to talk and you could hear him?
Yeah, I
really?
could hear him.
How about that? So you could still hear him, but we couldn't hear him, and we couldn't hear you when I picked you up.
Okay. Yeah, it was total silence over the air, and then he said, "Steve, are you still there?" And well, I suppose he hung up at that point, but then I heard the beep bringing me on there, but yeah, it was total silence at that moment. But
well, we got it back. So what's going on this morning?
Well, is it too early to be sick and tired of winter 22, 23?
No, because I'm pretty much done with it myself.
I'm a child of the 60s. I grew up living for winter. Our family, we got our first snowmobile in 1970, and up until 10 years, I was not without a sled, but not that I don't care for snow. I don't mind handling snow and plowing and shoveling all this and that, but the fact that it interferes with so many other projects these days that the time just isn't there, and I don't know. It just seemed like driving already this year is the glamour just isn't there. This winter driving thing. Last night or in the evening, local weather, and I'd heard this mentioned before. The weatherman, he referenced river effect snow for our area, and I think what it comes down to, if the wind is moving in the proper direction or whatnot, it does have a chance to pick up a fair amount of moisture with the river being wide open and such. Yet, I laid down for an hour nap before I left the house. Well, Graham, we had best part of 2 inches of fresh snow. I think it was maybe some of that New York snow that we were getting here in the Midwest here. But we had about 20 miles of snow leaving La Crosse last night, and then the roads, they dried out once I met up with I-94 eastbound, and they were good until we got down to Madison area here and started pointing at eastbound, and we caught about a 15-mile stretch that I tell you, you'd think it would probably rival what was happening out east their way. Snowflakes the size of snowballs beating on you, and
so it made you hit a big squall apparently. All right, hold there. We had our news break.
USA Radio News.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul has declared a state of emergency for parts of western New York ahead of a dangerous storm that had the potential to dump several feet of snow on some communities on the eastern ends of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. According to the National Weather Service, the worst snowfall is expected in Buffalo and might fall in some spots through Sunday. In advance of the storm, the NFL announced it would relocate the Buffalo Bills' home game to Detroit on Sunday. A federal judge in Florida has blocked a law pushed by Governor Ron DeSantis that restricts certain race-based conversations and analysis in colleges. The Tallahassee U.S. District Judge has issued a temporary injunction against the so-called Stop Woke Act. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, welcome back. Okay, I got the rest of the scoop for you there, Steve. Yeah, because when the phones died, we lost your call. I pulled up the Senate votes. I had the House votes up before me earlier, and yeah, you are correct. So Mitch McConnell yesterday, I didn't stick around to hear his comments. So he's blaming the Democrats for inflation. And we know that the spending, the trillions and trillions of dollars in spending is what's led to this out-of-control inflation. We've injected all this money into the economy, and this is the price you pay. Now, we go back, and, of course, you had the first COVID relief bill, right? Wasn't that like $2 trillion? That got the first round of checks in the mail, followed by Biden taking office, and we got another couple $1 trillion, I believe it was, another check in the mail, all that money going into the economy. All right, so we went through 3 COVID spending bills, and then the Democrats come back, well, we need to spend more. And this was the infrastructure, so-called infrastructure bill, that was another $1 trillion, with a T, $1 trillion, most of which had nothing to do with infrastructure. It was all about the Green New Deal, about charging stations and all that, right? And yes, Mitch McConnell was on board for that. So yeah, he's one of the contributing factors. He's one of 19 Republicans that joined in the Democrats to pass that. And by the way, I'll remind you, Donald Trump at the time, of course, he was not president, but he was urging Republicans to vote against this. But even his buddy Lindsey Graham voted in the end, yay. Notably, Mitch McConnell of Kentucky also voted in favor of the legislation. Let's see, 19 Republicans. You had Roy Blunt of Missouri. You look at the list here, it's almost your typical laundry list of what we refer to as rhinos or establishment. Yeah, Mitt Romney on board. There's Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, Mitch McConnell, John Hoeven of North Dakota, Chuck Grassley, Lindsey Graham, Deb Fisher of Nebraska, Mike Crapo of Idaho, Susan Collins of Maine. You see that list that, all too often the, quote, Republicans that go along with the Democrats. Now, you can't have it both ways. You can't be voting in favor of additional trillions of dollars in spending, Mitch, and then try to blame it on the other party. You were a part of it. And I get what you mean, Steve, about the hypocrisy there. But most people pay no attention to that. All right, welcome back, Scarecrow.
Steve, a little bit ago you were referencing the energy grid, the electric grid and whatnot. Back in the late 60s, early 70s, I can hear Northern States Power Company. Now they're part of XL Energy now, I guess, but they run ads. Electricity is penny cheap from NSP to you. And property across from my folks, they built a new house, chucks all electric heat, and it didn't take too many years before they installed a forced air, system or whatnot. That was this past summer, the height of the air conditioning. My brother, he showed me a map that had been on the news or whatever, and I'd never heard of this before, but we in the Midwest here, we're right smack dab in the middle of the blackout zone.
Yes.
Not a brownout, but a blackout.
Yep.
We don't hear anything about that, do we?
Well, that's why I shared the report yesterday. I mean, when you got the actual, the National Electric Reliability Council, the NERC, they're the ones in charge of the entire grid. And I mean, they broke it down. It's not just California, not just Texas. It's most of the damn country.
And see, that's it. That's a narrative that is not spread, in the news and whatnot. But yeah, there's it had to raise my eyebrows a little bit, to say the least. Now we do have, our house is built in 80. There is baseboard heat in the house, but we've only used it one time. I guess that was in the nursery when the kids were young. But we've got pretty much all our heating bases covered there, Bud. Between that baseboard, we've got the new natural gas furnace this summer. We've got a little parlor stove that's enough to heat the entire house, and of course we use the outdoor wood boiler, primarily. So no, we got all that, handled and whatnot. We're not gonna freeze our tuchus by any means.
Mm-hmm.
Pappy had it. He might have it right in one form or other, as far as Biden's exiting Washington. Now, with the screws apparently being tightened on Hunter, we'll see if that takes off or not. When it comes out that there's any type of a direct link with Papa, just about everybody in Washington on the left is going to want to keep as much distance between Joe as they possibly can. They might be running him out of office on a rail car. That's just one other angle to be looking at here. There's going to be plenty of entertainment, coming ahead, from the administration and new representation on the right there. So other than that, the weekend. Well, this falls in the DA category. Somebody who didn't bother putting Christmas lights up back when it was, 50 to 60 degrees here 2 or 3 weeks back. They've chosen the coldest weekend of the year so far to think about it here. So I can imagine after the program, later today, you're going to be telling the princess, dear, you won't believe the dumbass that lives up there in Wisconsin. Oh, let me tell you about this soul. But we got some, upper 30s and 40s coming right around Thanksgiving. So it may get put on the back burner there.
I think that's my plan as well, because we're going to be down in the teens for overnight lows. I mean, I normally have my lights up before Thanksgiving. I don't turn them on. I don't turn them on yet, but I usually take advantage of the warmer weather, which we've had plenty of that. And now all of a sudden we're in the deep freeze. I hope we warm up maybe next week and I'll get out there.
Well, I'd hate to miss out on the thrill of, handling them plastic clips and whatnot with bare fingers, and your fingers are numb and aching and whatnot. But
yep.
Experience kind of is a good learning tool there. Beyond that, pal, I guess you got plenty of room to squeeze in a few more here. So we'll get out of your way and wish a pleasant weekend on you and all, and we'll get it out of the way and do it again next week. Right?
All right. Have a great weekend. Have fun if you do get out there on the roof, right? Wait till next week. Steve checks in. Morning, Steve, and all the listeners out there. The end of the week is here. We're looking forward to a relaxing weekend with the Long Johns in place. Time to head into town, get that trash truck warmed up. Can't get finished if you don't get started. Everybody have a great day. Good weekend there. Steve in Columbus. Good morning. And, of course, Truck and Phil right on cue. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Sommers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Yeah, since that story happened yesterday afternoon in Fort Wayne, another truck SUV incident in a construction zone. No reason for it yet, but it still happens. Time to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights. Make the flip back once again as we are 37 days till Christmas. There's Truck and Phil on board. You go back, I mentioned the infrastructure bill. Yeah, we're all about, we're going to build these charging stations. We're going to put that infrastructure in place, and we're going to force you to buy your electric cars, and we're going to go to electric trucks, and better yet, autonomous vehicles. The whole drill. But I keep pounding the message. Nowhere in that infrastructure bill was anything allocated to upgrade or expand or grow power generation, with the exception of maybe some more solar subsidies and wind subsidies. But we know those are not keeping up with the loss of be it natural gas, primarily the coal generation. They've got some allocated for that. But as we continue to lose the old fossil fuel generation capabilities, this new stuff coming online by no means is even keeping up with the current demand. If you missed that story earlier, the National Electric Reliability Council kind of highlighted that in the Midwest for this upcoming winter, we have 5% less power generation capabilities than we had last winter. And they anticipate at the same time, the demand is going to be increased by about 7% versus last winter. That thus putting the power grid at a direct risk of failing. Now, the one thing we are doing, again, is we're putting in all these charging stations, which there ain't going to be enough juice to charge them. Earlier this week, the Pilot company, Pilot and Volvo, unveiling plans to create a network of chargers for medium and heavy-duty trucks at the Pilot Flying J locations around the country. Company leaders signed a letter of intent to partner to develop a charging network open to all battery electric Class 8 truck brands. The chargers will be available at select Pilot Flying J stores, which are ideally positioned along our transportation corridors, well equipped to serve the professional driver. If we have any electricity to put through the lines. I interjected that. They didn't really say that. Anyway, the companies said that the charging network will create an ideal opportunity for public funds from federal, state, and local agencies to accelerate and develop a high-performance charging network. We're going to have chargers everywhere. Just ain't going to have the juice when you plug them in to do any damn good. Good morning, Kentucky Ken.
Hey, good morning, Steve. How are you, sir?
Doing well. Are you finally rolling yet?
Oh, yeah, I've been rolling for a little bit. Yeah, my first way station on 55 North, I got the red light, went in, had to stop, didn't get the bypass, but I got my green light, so that was a bonus after what you read this morning with being overweight. That was really bizarre because the Werner driver was in there. He was in there forever, and they were just stuffing these trucks full. And it really was funny because the one boss came back. He said, we're going to make sure you're good to go. Rock on, bro. Well, didn't happen. So can't make it up, man. Can't make it up. But
wow.
No, just unreal. So hey, I loved you playing that launch. That was awesome. That was really awesome just to hear. It just brought back memories from years back, you know?
Oh, yeah. Back in the day. I kind of figured that was my line of thinking. I mean, many of you, like yourself, if you're out there on the road now, I don't know if you had like satellite radio, if I don't even, if NASA has a channel on that. I figured, some people could probably go to the NASA page on their smartphone or something and try to listen. I said, well, I wanted to hear it anyway. So I said, let's just let everybody listen in.
Yeah, that was awesome. I really enjoyed that. I really did. Yeah, it was great. But I hope everybody has a good week. I'm gonna be. I'm not gonna be over the road next week. I'm gonna. There's a guy having surgery. I'm gonna take his gig down in Louisville, working at a logistics place, shuttling trailers, maybe making a few local Louisville deliveries. But that's going to be my week next week. But we're off Thursday, Friday, so hoping to eat a lot of turkey and watch a little football, you know.
There you go.
The
right.
traditional stuff.
Yep.
All right. Well, I hope everybody has a wonderful week. And thanks for all you do, Steve. We appreciate you. And hope you have a great Thanksgiving with your family and everyone does as well.
All right. If you're out in a couple of days next week, give us a call. Otherwise, if we don't talk to you before, you do the same. Have a great Thanksgiving. Ho, ho, ho. Welcome Santa Claus to town, right? It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, a couple of other quick updates to throw your way. Mentioned Lauren Boebert there in Colorado. I misspoke. I thought she was still up by 1,000 plus. Man, this one is razor thin. Lauren has been waiting to hear the results of her tight race against the Democrat Adam Frisch in Colorado's 3rd congressional district, but a mandatory recount has now been triggered that may actually extend the process all the way into December. Now, Boebert is also endorsed by Trump, a key target of the Democrats. She leads Frisch by 551 votes in the latest tally released on Thursday. Hers is one of just 7 races that remain too close to call. Lauren Boebert leads by 0.16% in the latest tally. And there remain 200 ballots left to count before today's deadline to release the final tally. How did you get down to where you still have 200 ballots? How much time is it going to take for one person to sit there and finish the damn job? 200 ballots. I mean, just makes you kind of wonder. Now, Newsmax can project the automatic recount is triggered by law, and there is 37 days after the November 8 election day for the recount to be completed and a final winner to be declared. A recount of any election contest shall be held if the difference between the highest number of votes cast in that election contest and the next highest number of votes cast in that contest is less than or equal to 0.5% of the highest vote cast in that election contest. So it's 0.16% now, well below half of 1%. Recount shall occur only after the canvass board certifies the original vote count, though. So, of course, Republicans hold a 219 to 209 majority in the House thus far. Of course, they had to hit that 218 to get control, to take the gavels in the next Congress. At this point, they are projected to win 2 more seats, which includes the pending re-election of David Volato of California, who was one of 10 House Republicans that voted to impeach Trump after he left office in 21. But waiting this long for election results is going to be making fiery Nancy Pelosi as Speaker of the House just that much sweeter, according to Lauren Boebert. Yesterday, she tweeted, "The Pelosi era is over. Good riddance." I like her. She's a little pistol. She's the one about the right to keep and bear arms. I think didn't she have a bar, an establishment there in Colorado, which like the bartenders and whatnot openly carry, and of course that gets the gun grabbers all bent out of shape. How dare you do that? And she's also the one that she ran one of the advertisements, commercials. There was she's walking down the streets of Washington, D.C., and she says, I'm only like 5'5", little bitty thing, and I'm going to protect myself, and that's why I'm going to carry. And she actually threatened to carry in the chambers of the House. Oh, Nancy Pelosi was bat crap crazy over that as well. And one last tidbit, someone had mentioned a representative like Kevin Kiley. He's another in California. He's the one that actually got credit for kind of clinching the deal, Republicans' victory in the House this week. Received a public shout-out from Trump Tuesday night when he was formally announcing his re-election campaign for 2024. So there you go. A lot of developments over the past week. So we hit the weekend here, up and running. Be safe if you got to travel out there, and we'll see you back Sunday night, Monday morning as we get the new week started for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.